All right, look like the stream is up. Boom. Boom. All right. Um, yeah. Let's make sure the Discord up. All right. Then we gotta do this. Bam. Hope I didn't just mess it up. I hope sees I didn't mess that up. I think I did. Oh, we go. We go. We didn't mess it up. We no mess up. We don't mess up. Mistakes heal. All right. Everything looking good. Sorry, just taking a second. Gotta check on everything. What time is it? 2 o'clock? The game is not being captured. Alright, we're gonna have to stop the stream. See if everything works now. See if everything works now. Sorry. Sorry. Alright, let's see. We gotta do this. Yeah, should be fine. Everything should be working just fine. My game capture wasn't working though. Now she is. Hopefully it's not screen tearing though. Is there a way I can test that? First person quads. Let's just try it. Jeez. It's super dark. You guys are all dead. All dead. Got a couple people going there. Holy shit. Ping in there, but I don't see nothing yet. Oh. Billy. Oh! Oh! Well, I deserve that. They were paying. Their whole squad is there. Is our whole team dead? Yeah. The team got fried. All right. I feel like I have the audio up. Audio's up. I wonder how the stream sounds. Oh no. I don't know. Who's that? Following you, dog. Dude challenge. Bro. What? Monitor here just got. Oh, that's what's up. Boy, excited or wait? Oh, this thing can't have extended mags. Bro, I'm gonna die so bad. What are you doing? Just eating shots. Oh my god. Never know. Might get a car 98. Whoops. Whoa. What color am I? Blue. Ooh. I have no clue. I don't even know where this guy really is. Oh my gosh. Oh, pushing? Bro, he's coming in. It's... way better. You can tell that guy's been playing this a lot longer than I have. Holy crap. Like he knew I was gonna keep that peak and then just like drill me. Good for him. Good for him for getting a car 98 as well. Sucks. I gotta get better. Dude, how many cholos up in there? Yeah, you ain't lying. Yeah, I gotta fix my lighting. I gotta put some filters on. Cause your boy be looking dead inside. Your boy be looking dead inside. Dude, what's wild is...
Bro.
Yeah.
Bro.
Are you on your phone?
Yeah. Oh, wait. It's on the other thing. Hold up.
Last year when I worked Thanksgiving,
Joe.
Yeah.
How'd that guy see you on that angle? I thought that angle was so good. Then he just gave you the dapper Dan.
Yeah. These guys have been playing, you could tell, like, non-stop every day. That's all they do.
That guy gave you the dapper Dan, bro. Like, you got a fresh cut right now.
How about I join squads and I'm by myself?
Nice. I'm about to get on, so don't fret.
Dude, I don't fret.
Okay, well, I'll be on in just a minute. I'm putting this monitor together.
Nice.
How about orange?
Yeah, all right, bye.
Yeah, birthday. Holy crap. I don't even know why I'm grabbing those. I do like the 2 times. My hold breath doesn't work. Oh. looking at me now. Different angle. I can hit him. I can't drop him. They're smart, they rap me. But they also don't know that I'm solo squads. With a level 1 vest. They have to too, though. Thank you. Let's do this. And that. Nothing worse than running out in the open. Holy crap, I got a distance. Dude. Dun, 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 dun. There's a vehicle right there. Yeah. They're gonna be in vehicles. Should have went for the vehicle. Actually. Running is so crappy. Just if you're getting held, which I don't think anyone's gonna be holding, but getting held in the storm is like the worst. I could use some energy drinks and painkillers. Flipped over car. Well, I know they're near. People coming in. "40 seconds and then the next ring. Good thing I'm close." They're calling someone in over there. Behind me. There's the guy that was behind me. Oop, see them. TBI season 1. We haven't really decided on it, honestly. I wouldn't doubt it. What's going on, Chuck? You doing all right, brother? Where'd that guy go? They're still up there. Playing solo squads right now. I'm by myself and everybody's in squads. I didn't want it to be this way. Lunch break? That's what's up, brother. Doing okay? Everything good with you? I got a lot of ammo. That doesn't really help me. Really ugly position. I mean, it's actually a good position right now. That's not. Fucking squads, man. This is a short side, so I can take my time getting in here over here. I have no more boosts. Sucks. Where's Bay? Yeah, he's setting up a new monitor right now. It's like the 12th monitor this month. I have no meds, no boosts, but I have ammo. Really sucks. Where's the next circle? Next circle. Don't want to go in the water. Don't want to be in these houses. Could run up to this. Hold around the... I mean, there's going to be people here. There's a mound there. And there. And then what? I'm going to push to this. This is stupid. If I rotated... You know what? I got 40 seconds. It might sound stupid, but I think this is the smartest plays. It might seem stupid. They just put an evac. I could kill them while they're waiting. I could get there, obviously, but... I have no boosts. I can't let that storm touch me. Shoot, man. See you guys.
Bro.
Yo, yeah, hi, yeah.
Turning on, dog.
What?
Yeah.
What'd you just say? The monitor's not turning on? Oh, you're lying. That doesn't even sound like a real thing.
I wish I was. I'm not right now. I'm so, like, confused.
Maybe you tripped a breaker.
No. No, is all the other stuff plugged in on that socket's working?
Is there a way to do a reset on it?
Bro, how? What the heck, man?
Chuck asked if it had gas.
Huh?
Chuck asked if it had gas.
It's diesel.
Yeah, sorry,
That's
unfortunate. Oh man, I gotta do this
Appreciate
now.
you.
I gotta do this rotate now. Solo squads. Such a...
You're good, just go ahead and die.
You don't have a monitor though.
I know. I don't understand, man.
If I get caught doing this rotate, I just die.
Why the freak would this not just cut on? That's crazy. And what kind of douchebag returns something to the store without when it's not working, bro?
Uber douches.
Yeah. I'm hearing the shock in the power brick when I'm plugging the cord back into the power brick. So there's electricity going to that, which I mean I don't know why there wouldn't be. But something's wrong with this monitor, and that sucks because I literally just unpacked this and hooked it up and everything.
Yeah.
Bro.
Yeah.
What?
I just went from solo squads and now I'm 1 out of 4 people alive.
Santa!
Congrats.
Bro, you're jealous.
No, I only have a little bit of time to play, and I was excited to play. And now, I'm not going to be able to. I don't even know what I'm going to do. It just shocked when I put it into the monitor. So, I mean, it's calling for power, but it's not turning on.
She'll probably try to, like, give me a couple that I can, like, put on a Christmas card or something like that and at least get those started. For everything, it's 2 weeks. She said that she'll have everything done. She usually has everything done within 2 weeks.
This is insane. All right. Well, GG's, Joe.
Yeah, it's GG's right now.
Dang, man. And this freaking deal's not even there anymore.
She'll probably pick out, like, a few. She usually does really good. And she can pick out, like, a couple that are really cute. She'll, like, give me, like, 5. And then I get to pick out.
I'll hop out of here so you can play.
I already died. I got second though.
Congrats, man.
Full squad.
I'm done, bro.
What can you do?
Nothing.
Well, it doesn't matter
Nothing
if they have
done.
the deal or not. If they have that monitored, they'll rate it.
Dang it, man. See what they have at the Anderson store.
What?
This, like, nothing's even in this price range, though. Oh my gosh, they're like
Okay.
anything good. I'll call you back, Joe, bro.
Be good. Chucky, how long is your lunch break? They give you some time? Man, where the... They give you a good time on your lunch break? Really hope this guy isn't going to want to talk, because I'm not going to. Hey bro, where you wanna go? I wanna go here. Fucker me. You punk. Boom. Michael Jordan? You got MJ on the wall? That dude don't play no PUBG. Bro, that would be so funny. Michael Jordan playing freaking PUBG. Oh. All right. Teammate left. Dude, this is getting so stupid. Honestly, I'm about to go straight down these little buildings. Because I know someone's going to be there. Yep. 1,000 of them, actually. What the hell? Surprised I don't hear any fighting yet. Oh. Samanabish. No optics, no nothing, no teammate. Why is it so difficult for people to just play? Like, I played a squad game. Squads. And everyone left. Well, to be fair, it's probably a 3-man. If you think about it. I probably didn't want to play that map. So it's actually... What can I do with that? Nothing. Sick. I'm at 1500, so I can't buy any keys. I don't know what any of this is. I have 120. Black market crafting, 120. Oh, that's what I have. And you can't buy anything for that. It's all trash anyway. I would like these. Because I want this. Without the hat, of course. That's what I want, that. That one, or this one's alright. It's not as sick as the other one. I really want this one. It's trash. Trash. Jon Snow ass. This one's sick. That one's sick. Smooth War Child. Punch that bear in the face. Just punch that shark in the face. You know what I just punched right there. team sucks. Hip fire at that point. What the? Oh my gosh. What'd I shoot? The foot of that guy? And we need to do something. I need to play with people, my friends. Oh man. Oh, I gotta get better. Da-da-da. Man, we gotta get better. I think the DMR is the move for me, at least. DMR and maybe an SMG, like a pump or Tommy gun, maybe even a Vector, but I need some stuff to. I don't know, man. Seems like everybody on this game hits their shots really well, though. Like, almost too well. $100,000 dudes here. Get in there now. Get in there. We're screwed here. Was all the ammo. Helmet in here, right? No. Vest, I see that.
Bro.
Yo.
Bro.
It's still messed up?
How are they gonna send me a broke monitor, man? You know?
It's still broke?
Yeah, how are they gonna send me a broke monitor like that? You know?
Getting SF'd.
Bro, that's like beyond trash.
Oh my god, man, I'm not good on this.
Yeah, I would be playing with you right now if I could.
Do they not have that monitor there?
No.
I
I would just bought it from them if they did. They don't have it. They don't have it new.
would call them, ask to speak to a general manager, and ask him.
Like you can't even get to the stores. Like when you call, I'll have to go up there. I mean, regardless, I'm gonna have to pack it back up.
Really?
Yeah, when you call, you just talk to corporate. But I mean, they can like do something. But as far as me getting a monitor right now, like they're not gonna do anything for me. They're not.
Sometimes they'll match it, like not the price that you paid, but the type that it is, or the price that it's listed at the moment.
Yeah, I mean they don't. That sale's gone.
No, it doesn't matter about the sale. They'll be like, give you something that's a comparable. Let's say it's a 2K 1 millisecond in the $900 range. I used to do that a while back. Whenever something would be like messed up, I'd be like, just exchange it for me.
I mean, Anderson doesn't even have. They only have 4 monitors.
Wow.
Right now, OLED monitors.
Yeah. So you say it's just not turning on. Do you have another power cord like the one that it comes with?
No. No, but I hear it shocking when I plug it in, so there's power flowing through it for sure.
Yeah, it might just be the cable is faulty.
Yeah, what are you saying? I mean, Anderson doesn't even have a monitor that I would want. They have this one. I mean, this is like way more money though. It's literally the same price. Dadgummit, bro.
Yeah, I don't know. That's annoying.
I know. I don't know what to do.
You for sure don't have another cable, power cable like that.
I've got it sitting in the floor right now. It's plugged directly into the wall. I've got it unplugged. I'm about to plug it back in and see if it turns on, but just letting it sit for a second.
And there's no like an additional power button on it.
No, it's just one button that does everything.
Maybe, I mean, it would be so dumb, but if it needs to like heat up, you never know those things.
Yeah. No, it should just be plug it in and turn it on. I was like reading the troubleshooting stuff on the website, but I don't. Yeah, out of Anderson, Greenville, and Spartanburg, there's no open box OLEDs that I would rock. There's only three. There's only three. There's only three open boxes right now. Then in new, there's 15 total between the three stores. This one's $900. This one's $1,000. That's $780. That one's $730. And $800. And that's it for ones that are even close to price range, and then they're still way more expensive. So back on, bro. Rip Burrows.
She lost for Congress with the highest number in history. There has never been a congressperson that lost by almost 40 points. And the reason is because if they were ever in that situation, they'd quit.
See what they even have in Anderson.
Tremendous person,
like non-OLED. That I can't get an OLED monitor.
But the reason she couldn't stand me is that she always wanted to go to war with people. I don't want to go to war. She wanted to stay in Syria. I took them out. She wanted to stay in Iraq. I took them out. I mean, if it were up to her, we'd
That's
be
so
in
crazy,
50
man. I was
different
freaking
countries.
happy with the deal that
And
I
you know,
got.
number
like,
one, it's very dangerous. Number two, a lot of people get killed.
Yeah.
And number three, I mean, it's very, very expensive. That's why we owe $36
I just
billion.
would have never expected this. I mean, how many?
It used to be
I've
you
had
go to
how
war
many
to the
monitors
victor
in the past like
belong the spoils.
3 months? I've had like
Beat a
freaking
country, you
20
bomb
different
that country,
monitors.
you take the oil,
Yeah.
we go to war.
I just got a
Bomb the crap out of it,
text.
then we
Enjoy
leave,
your new
so
product.
what's
Check
the-
out order
we're doing?
details for
What's
more.
going on?
Yeah.
We bombed the whole Middle East.
Enjoy the new product.
And then
LOL.
what did we get? We got nothing. We destroyed. I mean, we bombed the hell out of everything. You know, when they took out Iraq for 1,000 years with different names, you had Iran and Iraq, similar powers. They were the two big ones. And for 1,000 years, they would fight each other this way, this way, this way, then they'd rest. This way, then they'd rest. They were a self-check. Then one day we go in and bomb the hell out of one. We destroy one. And then all of a sudden, Iran has the whole Middle East to itself. And by the way, right now, Iran has Iraq. Iraq is like a subsidiary of Iran, all right? We did so many bad moves. And her father was it. You know, her father was... I was very critical of her father for years. I'd never met him, but I'd say anybody that went into the Middle East I thought was stupid. And they say, convinced Bush. Bush, oh, he was another beauty. But he supposedly convinced Bush to go in, him, Bolton, and some other lightweights, convinced them to go in. Let's go into the Middle East and destroy the whole place and kill millions of people. So they went in. But I was never a fan of Cheney. I was always very critical. And when I announced that, I was very critical, actually, not personally, but I said, he made a horrible mistake. What are these people doing? We spent 9 trillion with a T, not even with a B. Normally I say not million, billion, but now I say not billion, trillion. We spent $9 trillion bombing the hell out of the Middle East. And what the hell did we get other than lots of dead people, all over, including our people? We got nothing. So I was very critical of him. And then I announced I was running, and I was shocked that he was one of the first people. He endorsed me immediately. I said, that's amazing. But he had something that was very interesting. He had Scooter Libby. I mean, these are little stories that are interesting. Scooter Libby was a man that could have done great destruction to Bush, and they left him behind. He was given to the prosecutors. They prosecuted him rather violently, and he was almost like a sacrificial lamb. And as somebody that knows a lot about what's happening, I said, you know, if I were ever president, I'd do something with that guy. That guy got treated very badly, Scooter Libby. And when I became president, I actually called Dick Cheney. I said, let me ask you about Scooter Libby. He was best friends. He was begging Bush to give Scooter Libby a pardon, but Bush didn't have the courage to do it. You know, it takes courage to give a pardon. It does take a certain courage because the press comes after, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And he didn't have the courage to give him. He should have given him a pardon, but he didn't have the guts to do it. But Scooter, and what happened is Dick Cheney, for years, for a long time, hated Bush. And don't let anyone tell you, he hated. He said, you don't leave your wounded behind. And I understand that. And Scooter Libby really saved Bush, because he could have said things that would have been very dangerous for Bush in terms of getting impeached, in terms of going to jail, in terms of bad things happening. But Scooter Libby didn't do that. And in all fairness to Cheney, I give him credit for this. He was very loyal to him, but he couldn't get Bush to do what he should have done. I came into government, and I did what they should have done. They didn't have the guts to do it. I did it. And Scooter Libby was pardoned. I gave him a pardon. And I never met Scooter Libby, by the way. Never talked to him before that. And I got a call from Scooter Libby after I did that. And he broke down in tears, thanking me so much. And then Cheney called me, and he said, that was so incredible what you did for Scooter Libby, because he was really on Scooter Libby's. Scooter Libby took a lot of heat and took all of it and didn't say anything bad about Bush or Cheney or anything else. Could have done it, I know, because you You have guys that do that, and you have guys that lie, which is worse, right? But you have guys that do that. But he was very loyal to them, and he suffered greatly. I released him. Cheney called me. He said, it's one of the nicest things I've ever seen done in politics. I said, look, I've heard for years he was treated unfairly. I've heard for years that Bush should have given him a pardon. All I did is do something that somebody else should have done. And Cheney was so, he said, I really want to thank you. He said, now I'm so glad that I actually endorsed you. It's amazing, but that you would do this. And I didn't speak to him about it. But then, you know, go a couple of years forward or go now. And I don't blame him for sticking with his daughter, but his daughter is a very dumb individual, very dumb. She's a radical war hawk. Let's put her with a rifle standing there with 9 barrels shooting at her, okay? Let's see how she feels about it. You know, when the guns are trained on her face. You know, they're all war hawks when they're sitting in Washington in a nice building saying, oh, gee, let's send 10,000 troops right into the mouth of the enemy. But she's a stupid person. And I used to I'd have meetings with a lot of people, and she always wanted to go to war with people. So whether it's her, whether it's Dick, I was surprised a little bit with Dick Cheney. I didn't know him at all. I only had essentially the 1 or 2 phone calls, and it was only a call saying, thank you very much for doing that for Scooter Libby. That was nice. And Scooter Libby, by the way, was beyond, he couldn't believe that it happened. Nobody would do it. They should have done that for him years before. But I was a little surprised because I actually thought that Dick Cheney would go with me over his daughter, and he didn't. And you know what? I understand it. It's your daughter, and you go. But she's a bad person. One other thing, they had the J6 committee, and I say this for the fake news back there. They learned a lot of phony things, like that I took on, when I was in the car, take me to the Capitol, I said, according to this young lady. And then they said, sure, we won't do that. Well, number one, if I said it, they do it. But I had 2 people, Secret Service guys, both extremely rough guys. One was like a karate champion, one was a weightlifter. She said, I grabbed the one by the neck, and when I was rebuffed, I went over to the other one, and I grabbed him in a chokehold or something. And actually, no, but how ridiculous, okay? Just not my thing. You would know. Hey, we can be tough, but it's not my thing. I wouldn't do it. I said, actually, can we go down to the Capitol? They said, sir, it's better if we don't. This was before anyone knew there was a problem, because there's a lot of people and it's going to be tough. Probably not. And you know, we had more people than I've ever seen up at the ellipse, up on top. And a small group went down to the Capitol. But I said, can you take? They said, sir, it's really a little bit tough. I said, that's okay. Whatever you think is, she had me grabbing the one around the neck and being rebuffed. And then I grabbed the other one. And these are, I know them both very well. Bobby. I know Bobby wins, Bobby. And they're good. And they're good guys, too, but they're tough guys. I think they probably could have rebuffed me. I'm a little bit older. But friends of mine love the story. They said, leave the story. You sound like the toughest dude around. It's a great story. But it was totally made up. It was all made up. But here's the end result. The J6 committee, they call it the J6 Select Committee, like select. They're not select, they're scum. So what happens, take a look at them, they're all political hacks.
They're scum.
But here's the thing that bothers me. They found out all this stuff was untrue. They found out her story was untrue. The 2 guys in the car testified. It's ridiculous, they said. It is ridiculous. Can you imagine? They also, I think, said it was the Beast, and it wasn't. It was one of the other ones. But you can't even get your hands through. But to think that I would be taking on 2 nice young guys simultaneously. All right, Sam, I'm ripping one and ripping the other. They're crazy. And then I went back to the White House, which I love. And I started throwing hamburgers all over the place. Okay. Finish the story is this. What happened is terrible. They went a year and a half, and Kevin McCarthy was a very...
There's a big secret being hidden from drivers, so listen up before this video gets removed.
I didn't want Jim Banks. He's a fighter. And so Kevin said, we don't want anybody on the committee. We think this committee's a sham. And I understood that was good for a day, but for the 2.5 years, we had nobody to fight for us. In other words, we had a committee. You know who was representing us on the committee? Crying Adam Kinzinger and Liz, the moron Cheney. That was who was on the committee. So these were the two Republicans. Kinzinger, who was a total whack job, and Cheney, who was worse than him. This was our, so they talk about it was a bipartisan, they call it a bipartisan commission. And I think, I'd never liked the idea of not, because even if you didn't have Jim Jordan, who's very good, and Jim Banks, we have a lot of great people that would have been good, and they would have, you know, they would have mixed it up. End result, like, they finished their report. They burned and destroyed and deleted everything. Everything. And nobody, and you know why? Because they found out that Nancy Pelosi, it was her fault. She didn't put the security. I offered 10,000 National Guard or military. They found out it was Nancy Pelosi. They found out that the stories about me attacking two very tough guys that are slightly younger than me, just a few years, that wasn't true. They found out that much of it wasn't true, and they were very embarrassed. So the Unselect Committee, I call it the Unselect Committee, which I always thought was a great name because it was a select, I call it the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs. What happened is, think of it, end of the story, they deleted and destroyed all evidence, all documents. There's nothing. And the reason they did it is because they were guilty as hell. It's the greatest cover-up, and the fake news back there will not cover it. They've never even, I think, done a story. In other words, when you go into court, we want that information. There is no information. It's been destroyed. Everything's been destroyed. We have a very crooked government. Remember that. And we're going to straighten it out, and we're going to make it an honest government.
So I have to ask you about the pardons. I keep hearing you're considering pardoning Hunter Biden. Is that true? And if so, why?
No, I mean, I've never... look, I don't like the idea of what's happening. I don't like it at all. They've weaponized government, but they've weaponized it against me like nobody's ever been weaponized. The big case was the documents case. We won the case in Florida. We're winning other cases, too. But I've had to devote money and time to this. Instead of running against these stupid people, I had to devote a lot of money and a lot of time, which is what they want. I had Fani, F-A-N-I. To me, it's Fanny, but she said Fani. I think she changed it once she became the DA. She wanted to put a little French accent on Fani. And her lover boy, Wade, who was hired for like $1 million because of his expertise in whatever the hell law, RICO. But he never did a RICO case. And then they would take sailing trips like 6 times during the year, 6 times. Who the hell goes away on a sail for 6 times? Nobody. And he got paid a lot of money. He took that money, they took trips. You know, there's a whole thing, but that's just one. They totally controlled it. They control the Manhattan DA's office. They had their man in the Manhattan DA's office. He was there. They put a man in the Manhattan. They put a man into the Letitia James office. They had a guy running the whole thing. It's all run out of Washington. They went after, in the Attorney General's office, they had people. But think of it. they went after their political opponent. That's never happened to any great extent. Maybe a little bit someplace, I don't know, nobody knows of it. But it's never happened to any great extent in this country. It happens in banana republics a lot, and it happens in third world countries, but it's never happened. They went after their political opponent. So it's hard to believe that I'm winning, it seems, by a lot. If they don't cheat too much, you know, we found a lot of things over the last 3 days. You've seen that. We found a lot of votes, and in a certain county, in York County, Lancaster County, you know, we found a lot of bad votes. There were 2,600 votes that happened to be written by the same pen, same hand, same signature, same everything. Maybe there's an explanation for that. 2,600 votes. But we found a lot of stuff, but we're seeing to work it out. But think of it, it's hard to believe that I'm winning the election by a lot. Now, we got to keep the cheating down. We got to keep their cheating. I love you too, darling. Thank you. We got to keep their cheating down. But think of this. With all I've been through, with these animals coming and what they've done to this country, how they've hurt this country between the borders and between the weaponization, and think of it, I'm leading by a lot. I'm leading in every single swing state with all of the stuff they've done, where I've spent millions of dollars. I've spent millions of dollars on legal fees. Half of my time is taken up by this. They can campaign. Half of my time is taken up. And they're the dishonest ones. They flip it. They're the dishonest ones. But it's hard to believe. I said to somebody last night, can you believe that numbers came out last night? I'm really leading by quite a bit. Now, a lot of things can happen. Who knows? It flips, maybe. I don't know. But I'm leading by a lot. I said, can you believe I'm leading by a lot, and what they've done to me, that I'm leading at all, that I'm even living, is almost hard to believe. These are bad people.
So you've expanded and changed the Republican Party, and one of the amazing things that I have learned is that Republican voters really care about issues I didn't realize they cared about, like clean air, clean soil, clean food. You've won, somehow, the full-throated endorsement of Bobby Kennedy, lifelong Democrat, who's now like a full-time surrogate for you.
He's a very, very good man, too, by the way.
So what's that going to look like after you get elected?
Well, you know, I feel interesting about this kind of stuff. I like to, number one, get elected. I hate to talk this stuff. A lot of people, they set up, I know that even when I ran, Hillary had an office set up where they were interviewing all the, I don't want to do that. I want to get elected first, and then we'll cram a little bit. But, you know, I don't like doing it. No, I remember she set up this big office. They're interviewing people for jobs. And actually, you're supposed to do it. But I want to win. I want to win in 5.
Building your custom home is...
Shut up.
About the ramifications on the battlefield, I also want to speak about the diplomatic impact of this move. Do you think that this latest move puts Kiev in a better position to negotiate if ceasefire talks happen?
Bro,
Zero. In fact, as
what is she saying? All right, so what's happening today?
I'm gonna shoot you in the face when I come in. Guys, one of the biggest sponsors of today's show is the Mantis
kind of need to know before we even dive into clearance, and then we carry on into the 1 and the 2-man for home defense, CQB. We're going to build on it, and I think it's a series that you have to watch in order to get the concepts as they grow.
All right, watch them in order. If you're started here, that's not going to work. Go back to video number 1. Let's watch them in order. Let's progress together. So this is one of the advanced levels where we're going to explain some stuff to you about CQB, and then we'll start doing some CQB. Stick around.
First room we're going to look at, center fed room. And what that means is I'm walking into the room, and it's feeding as close to center line as we can get in this structure, right? We can look at this wall's a little bit shorter or longer, this wall's a little bit shorter, so it's as close as we can get to a center fed room. In most houses and buildings in the United States, center fed and corner feds are the most popular normal rooms that we're gonna see. So when we're doing 1-man center fed room, we run into the issue of not being able to see deep into both corners. It becomes a little bit more challenging, we have to take more time. 2-man, it's going to go 1-man goes one way, 2-man goes the other way, and they're going to cover their different sectors or fields of fire inside of the room. So me and Trey are stacked on the center fed door for a 2-man entrance. Either Trey or myself has pied that external. We'll say that you pied, okay? So you have seen the room, and I'm just your 2-man here waiting for, hey, what are we doing here? So there's 2 ways that you can make entry into the room. You can cross in, I cross off of you, which is usually the faster way to do things, or you can button hook and take this corner here, and then I'm button hooking the backside.
So we were both on the same side, potentially.
Yep.
I've pied the room, right? And then now I've seen the most of the room. I have the ability to break down like we practice in the drills,
Yep.
come through, push, or I have the ability to button hook.
Correct.
Explain to me the best way to button hook, and why would I run into the room, or why would I button hook?
Yeah, so a button hook is basically I'm just gonna go this way, and just in the simplest form of it, if I were to do it, I'm just gonna take my step, turn into the room, and present without overexposing that first leg that's going in. So minimizing that exposure on my way in. For right now, let's just get into the room smoothly so we're not tripping and running over stuff. Button hooks are used if there's something driving you this direction on this side of the door, or vice versa.
Let's say I'm button hooking and I'm a righty, so when I button hook this way, it's super awkward. This way, I feel like I could do it better.
Right, yeah.
That's just training, you just gotta practice?
Yeah, so then we talk about switching shoulders and getting comfortable with that. But that has to happen outside here.
So if I was gonna button hook here, I would switch shoulders now?
Yes.
Yes. I'm not trying to do it halfway through the room.
Yes, correct.
Switch shoulders now, button hook in the room. Okay.
Yeah. And the principles of switching shoulders is the same as what we would do on our strong side. So if I'm gonna make like entry into the room and I'm gonna break down, we have to be able to do that as well on the left side.
Oh, wow. Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
So I've got to be able to break down into high, look at that thing choking.
Right, so then we talk about sling setup. Sling setup becomes like, is my sling too tight to switch shoulders? If I'm going to do it, is my gun and system set up properly for me to be able to do it? I can do it on this setup that you have for me, super easy, and it's not getting in the way. On my personal rifle, I have to let tension out of my sling because I keep it pretty tight. I have to loosen that up if I know I'm going to switch, or I'm going to choke myself out like you were just experiencing there.
All right, let's go center fed room, and we'll just go half speed, yeah?
Yep. So one thing we got to be cognizant of is that muzzle and its distance from the door itself, right? So we want to start that entry as close to the door jamb without overexposing into it. So if I'm right here, hey, that's a good distance. If I'm starting right here, we've already kind of let people, or somebody can see this. They can't see this until we have already started that movement into the room.
Okay, so question. Right here, I've set it up to where in high ready, I'm not here, but if I extended, I was. So do I need to start from extended and then chicken wing down?
Yeah, it's kind of like a fluid motion. This is where more of that practice would come into play. Like I'm gonna start making entry into the room. I'm gonna start, see how it's kind of that, as I get closer to the door, the breakdown happens here. Step through.
Okay. So while I'm on the door getting ready to go, I need to be here.
Yes.
Okay, it's our modified low ready.
Most stable shooting platform until we absolutely can't do it anymore. What we're talking about here, safe, finger off.
Okay. The average civilian that aren't Navy SEALs, SEAL Team 6, Delta Force, high speed, low drag, whatever, we're going to stick with safety on, finger off the trigger, right? Okay.
Don't pay anything to fix your roof. Homeowners can get a free.
That is 50 to 60% speed. When you do a cross entrance, I can be faster as your 2-man on you. That's the benefit of that.
In my shooting stance here, I'm coming through the door, I'm clearing this corner. As soon as I know this corner's clear, I'm spinning my head. As soon as I know this corner's clear, I'm going to, how far do I go in the room?
Yeah, so theoretically you're 18 inches off the end of my barrel to be safe. We can start tightening those up as people get more comfortable with it, but that's a good rule of thumb. And now that's not 18 inches off here. It's 18 inches off of wherever the closest 18 inches is to you. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Like, if I know, if you're coming off this wall and you're still facing that way, you're clearing, and I'm like, hey, I'm 18 inches off a tray. Now go ahead and turn and pan the rest. Now I'm shooting tray in the chest. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like a variable of 18 inches off of where are you going to end. It's like throwing a pass to where the receiver is going to be rather than where he's running now. I know you have to come around. The end of your barrel is going to be here, not in that corner. So I gotta be conscious of that. Like, whoa, he's coming all the way around. So that's where we get into some trouble. Okay. Is that over pan?
So I have this question. Let's say I run in the room right here.
Yep.
And right here, I see bad guy.
Yep.
What are you doing after you've heard me go pop, pop, pop?
I'm going to continue what I'm doing. I'm assuming that you, as my number 1 or 2, has taken care of the issue. So unless something crazy haywire goes, and I'm still going to continue all the way to the end of my scan so that I can see what's going on with the tray. And then I've processed and seen, hey, we have 1 door, 2 door. What's my next thing on my list that I have to kind of knock out?
Right, okay. So you didn't hear shots and be like, whoa, what does he just shoot at?
Right, because say, what if you did take shots and I'm like, what's Trey doing? And I have to open my off-the-wall gate so I'm not flagging you to come over here, and now we've exposed both of us to 2 threats that we didn't process yet. We didn't even look in that direction because I'm hyper-focused on what you got. And that's kind of where, like, doing this kind of stuff with people that you know is super interesting because you get to work together more. And then, hey, I know what you're doing when you're doing it. If you take shots, I'm going to process, you're trusting me, I'm trusting you. When you do it with new people, which we see in some of the home defense classes, is that will drive decisions for people who don't work together a lot. So think about that too. Like, go take a class and work with people you don't know. You learn a lot from what people do right and, more importantly, what they do wrong.
What happens if I flow into this room and as I do, bam, 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 I get shot and now I fall? You're still what?
Still continuing through. I mean, that worst case scenario, right? That CQC, CQB, all this stuff, home defense is super dangerous. It's like the most dangerous thing, right? We're putting ourselves in a confined space with somebody potentially with a gun that most likely is going to set up an ambush on us. That's where we honestly are looking, even if it is your home, like we talk about. We're going through the front door, assuming somebody's in there. They could just be waiting in a corner that we can't see. So this is an extremely dangerous thing to actually participate in.
Yeah, and so what I want you guys to be able to pick up from all of this CQB stuff that we're doing, and it's a multiple series. I don't even know. Like we're going over, and I'm just literally picking Phil's brain, and we're coming up with these video ideas that I think is going to get the most education across to you guys. And there's a lot of stuff that whenever I'm sitting here picking his brain, and I've done this a bunch, he's done it more, that I'm able to say these are the little nuances that I wasn't looking at. But what I want you to get more than anything out of this is mindset, because it's mindset, it's tactics, and it's gear. So I've got a really Gucci, Cobalt, CGS, Ingall. Like, I don't even know how much this rifle cost on the street. 20 grand maybe? I don't know. 15 grand? This is the least most important thing that I have in here. The most important thing that I have is my brain, and I'm already made up my mind to do this because I've thought about it, I've practiced it. The second part is the tactics, which we're learning now in the practice, and then you could do this with a high point. Like, it doesn't matter. But I want you guys to think about, hey, if I come in a room and my buddy gets shot, it could be my wife. If my wife gets shot, but my kids are still in there, what do we do?
And if we made entry and you got shot on entry, I have to continue what I'm doing and then deal with it. It's just, again, it's that like pickup basketball thing that we talk about. I'm not even gonna see it realistically. If we came in this room and I'm going this way, it's gonna take me 2 to 3 before I even get to my corner and do my thing and go, oh man, he's down. I'm probably getting shot too, realistically. If you get dumped on the way into the room, how hard is that? Boom, 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 boom.
Right, because your back is to it.
Right, so we're in a bad spot. That's why the outside work is super important. Realistically, when we think about it, this stuff looks really cool, but we can get a lot done to make this super safe, even if it's in our own home. We know our living room and where furniture and stuff is. I know how to move around that. You have much greater success taking care of it from out here than we do looking cool and coming inside. We're opening ourselves to a lot more from making entry into a room, which that is the worst case scenario, right? You make entry, get blasted, and I'm coming right off of you and get shot in the back.
Yeah.
What are we gonna do then? You know, we're kind of in some trouble. So, yeah, think about those things before we make, like you're saying, mindset, snap decisions to do this stuff. Maybe think about it another way.
All right, so as he said that, this was exciting. This is the part where you're like, oh, let's go really fast. And the part that most of the time that I see people, especially, you know, people that are wanting to be a part of this, airsofters, LARPers, whatever you are, preppers, doesn't matter to me. I think this is skills that you need to have. The one thing that we do poorly is pieing. Let's move to pieing. Next sponsor of the video is Mantis, of course. We had the Mantis commercial. Guys, give Mantis a look at. Seriously, they're incredible. We've been using them to dry fire all week long. We have just been to Castle Firearms for letting us.
We want to utilize as much distance as we can. That's like the only friend that we have out here because we have no cover and the concealment is only the 2 walls that are inside that we're working against. The pie can be as far back as we feel is comfortable. The idea of it is to see as deep into the corners, because these are the last areas, corner, that we can't see before we actually go into the room. So I want to be able to see as much as I possibly can. Right here, with no door open, I can pretty much see all the way to the seam of that wall there. If I come over to this side, I'm still clearing as I'm looking. All right, I got an open door going into my kitchen of the house, and hey, my closet door is open too. And I can pretty much get all the way over to here, maybe 1.5 feet off the wall. So we got to be cognizant of that because people can hide in those deeper corners. But now I've seen the whole structure. So if I'm going to go that way, because I know this is a shorter wall, I can give that up to my number 2 man. When I make entry here, my next step is I'm looking for what is the next thing that I have to deal with. So we know that this door is open because I saw it from the outside.
Why is everyone spiraling over YouTube banning ad blockers? Like, chill guys, just use Pi. It's a free Chrome extension that's actually made by one of the founders.
Boom. And now this is my focus here until my number 2 man is done with the closet. So let's see what that looks like. So say I'm the number 1 and you're my number 2, and I'm doing my Pi out here.
You can give me this, right?
I can give it to him, but I know what the next things in the room are, especially for beginner stuff. Processing is what's going to slow people way down, knowing like what's the next threat that's closest to me, and that doesn't always mean closest, it means proximity of angles of danger. So if there's a door right next to you, that's actually this guy's responsibility to hold until he gives it up, because I'm exposing myself to that more than you are up against this wall. So I can give it to him, and that is simple. Just, I got nothing in the corner.
And then
basically, I'm basically telling him, hey Trey, I saw as much of the room as I could. It's pretty dead over here. There's nothing left for me to do. I can make entry here, but I'm gonna walk, what, 36 inches into the corner, and it's
so if you didn't give me that, and you know, like from here 100% there isn't anybody right there, because that's like 10 inches.
Yep.
There's nobody there for sure. If I didn't give this to you, would you button hook this then?
So if we start getting like deep into it, right, say I don't want to, I'm not going to give it up to you. I'm like, I saw the room, I'm going to take it. I'm not going to button hook that because I looked at what the next threats are in there. We have what we assume is a closet because we can see deep into that little area, and I kind of know, hey, there's a closet there. And then I have this next open room here. I can clean that closet up simultaneously while continuing this room clearance.
Makes sense.
By just going down that wall there. See what I'm saying? Boom. You've already cleaned that closet up. This guy's here, and he's immediately grabbing this. So now we're talking speed. We're able to get faster. You're taking one thread of the room, number 2 on your initial, and all you're leaving me with is this here. So that's where we start to see speed, is when the number 1 man processes, makes a conscious decision to go a certain way, not based on what he thinks is here, but what he's seen and what he can take care of initially. Because the idea of this whole thing, right, is to bite off a piece and get rid of it. Take the next one, get rid of it, and you just keep doing that until there's nothing left. So,
okay, and this is the path of least resistance because I've... Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And I could button hook because I saw, hey, that's a closet door. I could dump that to you because I don't think it's much of a threat, and I know that this next room that goes into the living room or the kitchen of the house is probably the primary. 6 1 half dozen another. I can give it to you, but you haven't seen anything. It's a very uncomfortable feeling to go in there without seeing any of it, especially when the guy comes over to the here and he's pied and he's like, "It's all yours, brother." You're like, dude, I'm looking at this corner. Well, okay, yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. So one of the things that I see a lot is guys will pie and they think these two things. Like, I've seen it a lot, and I even seen it at a couple of schools, where they'll be here, and then they'll pie like this.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things I'd really like to get to you guys is, and I think Phil's got this really well, is if you notice how he pied, 1, distance is his friend, and 2, he never did this. It's a fluid movement because you're processing the room. I know there's nobody there. I know there's nobody there. I know there's nobody there. And then I can come back up and get back to my position to be able to enter. And I don't know why it's a thing. I don't know if it's just, it's easier to teach at a school because they don't have the room, but taking as much ground as you can when you pie to where you can still see in, which it could change, right? Like,
I think he did that wrong too. I think, because I believe you're just supposed to walk regularly while pieing. Like, you have to have your plates out front, right? And you're supposed to just walk with your hips turned. I could be wrong. I doubt I'm wrong, though. I think that's exactly how you're supposed to.
I might feel way more comfortable out here, but my problem is it's dark inside the house and I can't see.
Right.
So, but I think you would agree to say take as much room in the pie as you possibly can.
Comfortably, yeah, where you feel comfortable with shooting distance as well as what am I visibly able to see inside of what I'm looking at. And to your point, I think this, when we do like this kind of choppy step, it's the threat of getting, like if we're in a force-on-force class, you see it a lot because they're waiting for that role player to open up on the door frame because they know, hey, they're coming in here. So you get that like, oh, is he there? Oh. The problem that I don't like with that is if I stop here and my leg is way further out than I think it is now, I'm just kind of stuck there. But it does take time to learn the processing of the inside of the room before we can just kind of like roll through it. So if we had to, we can just slow it down. You know what I mean? Like we could pie this fast.
So you're
and
supposed
that's like
to
a normal process for me.
Walk forward, not sideways.
Had to, and I'm like, I'm not.
You're just twisting your hips.
Know what my next problem set is. We can literally just go this fast, and my brain is now keeping up with the speed at which I'm seeing the room. Door, nothing. I can keep that speed, but we're continuing the motion instead of this choppy kind of walking.
Right, makes sense. So we're never doing this.
I don't like it. I know some people.
I don't like it either.
Yeah, some people teach it and teach their own kind of thing. I personally feel like if I'm more fluid, I'm processing more fluid. If that makes any sense at all, probably doesn't. But if I'm just kind of walking around and treating it like, hey, I'm gonna look in that room and I'm moving seamlessly, I feel like I do better to see inside.
All right, so I'm coming where I want to make sure that I can see into the room as much as I can. Modified low ready.
Yeah, see, not sideways walking. Just walk through it like you normally walk. I think that's wrong as well. I mean, that's what he did before, but...
You've seen it, right? And the big takeaway from that is, you as the guy who did the pie, you've seen that there's no entrances or exits on this side of the room. So we know, like, unless somebody bolts that door that's over there, this is good. Unless there's furniture, obviously. But for this room, it's a stale room, there's nothing in there. You've seen it, and you're like, yeah, we're good.
You guys have to remember a couple of things.
Dead space.
That I don't really hear anybody talk about, but there could be somebody behind your couch.
Dead space.
There could be somebody on the side of your couch, on the side of your refrigerator. There could be somebody under the bed. All right, guys, so I need you to use your imagination right here. We have some couches and stuff in here. Looks like a table, a refrigerator. More than likely, in a real house, these are doors. So you have to take the open doors. So let's just assume that these doors are closed, so the internet just doesn't just get us. All these doors are closed. Now let's talk about the furniture side of this one. Phil had some really pretty awesome stuff on this. I'm gonna let him just come in and act like there was two so he can talk about this part.
You just stay on
big,
it.
Like lazy boys, couches, floating bookshelf, stuff like that. Say this is just a pantry door, and we have food shelves that go to here, so we know that, hey, nobody can hide in there. This is another obstacle that we have to clear, because this is a 3.5-foot wall that easily a human being can fit behind. This refrigerator, I don't know how many houses have them set up like this anymore, but somebody could tuck in a corner here, get down behind this. These are all kind of little things that we have to pick apart while we're seeing what's next on our list of things that we got to deal with. So as we pie the outside, I would be looking at those things, right? That's like kind of the next step for me is, I got a corner here. I got a refrigerator with some dead space back there. I got a, maybe this is a kitchen island right here. The big island with the stools and stuff behind it, easy to hide behind. I have a lazy boy on this side here. Those are 1, 2, 3, 4 more things that I have to deal with when we go that take my eyes and vision away from the actual doorways or hallways that we have to deal with. So as we're outside, I'm kind of looking at that like, okay, I gotta make sure I check the chair, and then I'm immediately gonna swing and open up so that I can see behind the island and that refrigerator. And I'm hoping my number 2, or if it's just me, can clean up this corner here, because this is probably the most realistic area where somebody would be.
So I got a question then on pieing then. So when you're talking processing speed, I'm having to process, 1, is there anybody in here?
Right.
2, are they friendly or unfriendly?
Yep.
3, are there any other open doors that that are beyond what I can see?
Yes.
4, what are the furniture doing?
Mm-hmm.
And then 5, what am I gonna trip over?
Yeah, essentially, yeah. What are we gonna tumble?
So what is it? It's like
right over.
So that
your
would
threats
determine,
are
that
someone
could
with
slow
a
you
gun,
down
someone
on your high speed.
Yes, like we just discussed. That's where
open
maybe I take
doors
a peek
and then closed doors. That's
whoa,
like your
there's a
priority.
lot of furniture in my living room. We have 2 sectionals and then a lazy boy in the corner and a bookshelf. Maybe I got to take some more time on the outside before just bum rushing that. So that's a great point. Yeah.
I'm a research scientist at NSA.
No one cares.
Being able
No one cares. No one cares what you do for a living. That's for damn sure. No one cares. Oh, I care about that though. And this should look good.
All right, so we talked about the pie. We talked about the things we have to process inside the pie. Let's move on to corner fed room.
I want my turn. My turn.
Is it on? Is it on? Is the camera on? Is the camera on? Hi, camera. Listen, WeDoDumbShit.com. Check it out. You can only practice this with Mantis. But here we go. I come into the room, and I could either do safety on and finger off the trigger, and then go like this. Okay, there's my threat process. Boom. Okay. Or what happens if we have the safety off and we take the slack out? Ooh, see, I didn't mean to shoot that. So I don't like this one, because if I walk in and I'm like, oh, that was Sarah. I didn't mean to shoot Sarah. I don't know who Sarah is, but you might know Sarah, and she's dead now. But what if We took the slack out of the trigger and had our safety on, walked into the room and boom! Do you see how fast that was? That was so fast. Listen, that's all a joke. Don't do that.
You're preloading the trigger?
Preloading the trigger. So preload the trigger, come in the room, and you're so much faster. Just, that's bullshit. Don't do it. WeDoDumbShit.com.
All right, we're going to talk about corner feds, okay? This is like the greatest thing for you if you're clearing a house, clearing a structure, because we can do most of it from the outside. So here's a corner fed room. What that means is we have pretty much a wall that runs from door jamb down to the corner, and then this is the last kind of thing that we have to worry about that we cannot see from the outside, other than furniture and other doors in the room. So for this instance, when we get into it with Trey, this is gonna be treated as a wall or closed door. This is not open, right? Because we're just trying to drive the point home about, hey, I have a corner fed room. What is the best way for me to handle this? And we'll talk about just making normal entry and then button hooks if we have to pie a certain way, or maybe we do another pie background to set ourselves up to go because we're not quite there yet. So if I'm here and I look, I see a wall, I'm good. And if I keep that clearing all the way through off that leading edge of the door, and I'm moving, processing, there's nothing there, and I get all the way to here, and I can pretty much see almost the whole room without ever having to go in. Greatest gift an architect can give you is a corner fed room for clearance, because it makes it so easy to do from the outside. Now, if we were coming from, say, this way, and we don't know, because it's not our house, a structure that we're familiar with, we don't know that it's a corner fed room, we're going to end up doing our full pan through, because until I can see that wall, I'm not gonna stop. Now that most likely is gonna look like a 45-50% pan of what normally we would do, because as I'm panning around here, I see the wall. Okay, it's a corner fed room. I know that now. Now what's the next step that we wanna do is go in and clean up the rest of what we have. So if I'm here, I'm like, oh, corner fed room, boom. I'm gonna get just one last little bit of what I can see is far over. Now with this room, I'm pretty much there. I got maybe 16 to 18 inches that I can't see. Then the entry is normal, right? Boom, room is clear. Good, the room is like done at that point. So we were able to do pretty much the whole thing and not have to worry about much even on the entry, because we can see almost the whole room itself. Do we have to button hook? Maybe if there's another wall like right here, I still would probably just take a step and go. So there's no reason to really button hook in here.
Then one of the questions I have is, if there's two men, so it's you and I,
yep.
And are both of us still making an entrance into that room, even though you know it's clear except for that last 18 inches?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Always
just
two men.
In case.
Just in case.
Yes.
Always two men if you have two men.
If you have two dudes, two bros, you're both going. Every chance that you can get. The only time I wouldn't do that is like this closet, because it's so small. We're not going to go in there and play nut to butt and be like, it's clear, and I'm like standing on your back.
Another question is, they put this bed here as a bed frame so we know that there's a bed. So this is why I asked for you. But the truth is, the reason why two men would go for the just in case is because there could be a dude behind here. Mm-hmm. You gotta remember, whenever you're doing CQB, it's very rare that somebody is just gonna stand there and let you shoot them standing up, right?
Yeah, I mean, they have to know, like, you're coming, and I probably would never stand in the middle of the room. That's why our corners are our most dangerous spots.
Right, but they're, like, if they know you're coming, I get it. If it's surprise and they don't know you're coming, that's different. But this isn't a team of Navy SEALs hitting you. Like, this is somebody's in your house, you're coming in here, because if not, you're gonna let the cops do it, right?
Right.
So they could be laying down beside the bed, they could be underneath the bed, there could be shelves up top, which is why you're processing the whole room, because, you know, there's a lot of houses that have like that lip up there. It could be up there. Like, that's why you have to understand, guys, when you see shoot houses, they're really cool. And you see guys coming in doing high-speed stuff, shooting flat targets. But it changes. There's so much to be able to look through, and just notice when there's a bed inside of this is a 10 by 12 room with a full-size bed. When there's a bed inside of here, it closes the room space down a lot, and it keeps you really having to look down on the side or underneath stuff, because somebody will shoot you from underneath the bed.
This system in general, or like whatever training aid you want to use, Mantis I think is the coolest one. Doing it in your own home until you get comfortable with it, because you find out how stupid you were to put certain furniture in certain places. But that's what the normal person does, right? They put their bed in the middle of the room.
Smart.
They have a chair or a elliptical that just collects clothes in the corner. There's all these little pieces of furniture that get strewn all over a house that we forget about until we have to walk through there and like, I gotta check behind the bed, but we have a dresser here and a makeup counter over here and a chair next to that. Can I actually get all the way over there? And I have a closet here too. So it can get like really out of control really fast. So you gotta kind of think about that.
So women.
It's making me think about how I have my office set up right now. Shit. Yeah, I'd be toast. I'd be screwed. Because I have myself locked in a U shape right now. And there's no way I'm getting over and around that. Shit. Oh, shit. That'd be, that's something to look into for sure.
This I'm speaking on behalf of your husband here. We like it that you make the house very homey and
feng shui,
beautiful and smell good, and thank you for doing that for us. Could you give us just a brief tactical overview, and if we're like, hey, we don't want to trip over that in case I'm having to save your life, maybe just work with your husband a little bit.
Alrighty, let's talk holding hallways or multiple threats that we have in front of us, right? So if we make entry into the structure and I see, hey, I have a hallway and a door, and I need to stop here and hold that. I need to be able to hold both of those kind of simultaneously. So that modified low, this is where the range drills come in, with that modified low ready into a low ready drill with multiple targets. And I'm just holding down until my number 2 man makes enough movement to that side to where I can clear out of what I would consider a really dangerous spot. But I don't want to get too far over here quite yet until you as the 2 has eyes on what you were supposed to be covering down on for me. So if I give this up too early and say, I don't want to be standing right here, I'm going to move, and as you're moving, somebody else is countering that move, now you're going to be in a really bad spot, as well as me. So I kind of want to keep an eye on as much of this corner of that room, as well as the hallway here. The faster you move, the safer it is for me. And we're treating this as a full wall. There's not a door here, right? This adds a bunch more problems. So we'll go real slow, kind of see how that looks. So I make entry, I'm the number 1. You make entry, you're my number 2. Boom, we've seen pretty much a lot of the room from the outside. I'm going back to my next threat, which is the hallway down at the end here. I also can see corner of that door into that room there, which gives me a little bit of an insight into that room. That's realistically what you need to be picking up fast, because you're going to be able to clear up almost the rest of that corner fed room from your outside pie here in the middle.
Okay. So two things that I think worked on really well on this one is the way that we've seen a lot of people, especially on the tubes, pie, which means I'm pieing this room right now, okay? If I take these choppy steps, I'm really exposing my partner. If I'm scared and I'm doing this and I'm trying to bend way over, I'm hanging him out to dry really bad. So that goes back to the more space I can get around and the faster I can get there, still having to process.
Yep.
So let's run through that, and you can talk about when you moved to cover right there.
Yep.
So we both came in. Oh, sorry, I was here. Now I'm gonna pie this room.
Yep.
With Chevy Equinox EV, you get the tech you want with the
car's trash.
So as soon as I kind of tell, like, hey, we've done this enough, I know when you're starting to see most of that room, just from your angle looking into it.
Hey, you can pull your gun up.
You have enough of it that I can kind of give this up now, because I know that you're covering it. So I would say, hey, halfway across this center line of this kitchen area, you can, I'm confident that you, Trey, can see enough of this room for me to get out of that fatal funnel of the hallway. But I'm not gonna just give it up real quick and then expose you to somebody that can run from the only corner that neither one of us can see. So we don't wanna be too fast on either one. Pieing and processing too fast, not seeing, or me going, I don't like this, I'm gonna get over here and just cover the hallway, giving free movement to the only corner that we cannot see left in that room.
Okay. So, when you hear people say, hold that door, hold that hallway, I think it's pretty simple. You're just waiting for your partner to finish whatever they were doing so that you can continue to move. You're just making sure there's not a bad guy that comes out that you gotta smoke so your partner doesn't get shot, right?
Yeah, and it's not, sometimes it's not gonna feel super comfortable where we are. Like this room in general, we're hanging it out until we start moving off of our walls. Could be, even if this is a real door and that is a hallway and that's a real door, it's a lot going on and I have nowhere to go until you start moving and I start moving without dropping as many things.
Yeah. Notice one of the things that Phil's talking about is he doesn't really ever want to stand still, which is why it's a great thing to practice this and a great thing to practice on the range, because it's never really ever going to be you just standing there being like bang, 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 Mozambique, bang, bang, bang. You have to move. What is the motionless operators ventilate easily? Nate! Where's Nate? Is it motionless operators ventilate what? Easily. That's it. Motionless operators ventilate easily. It means if you just stand there and you don't start moving or you don't stay moving, it's really easy to shoot you.
Like holding doors and holding long hallways. Primarily, if I can, I want to get behind, call it concealment for drywall. Okay, so as little as I can expose down that hallway, the better off I am, but I'm not gonna just give things up because I'm trying to get to cover while exposing you if you are too. If I'm one-man home defense, I'm in my house dealing with this, I'm using as much concealment as cover and I'm going like methodically slow because I have to. I'm not gonna stand in the middle of a hallway here with my pistol at night and be like, where am I going next? Like, I have that plan that we talked about. I'm going to use the concealment of my structure to my advantage because I know the house, they don't. That is probably my biggest advantage in these situations, is I know the house, they do not. So I'm going to use corners like this and I'm gonna get as much of that room as I can. And then I'm gonna go around this way and I'm gonna get as much of that room as I can. Then I'm gonna decide, I'm gonna go here first, then there, then there. So we start with that plan, then we use our cover and our concealment, and then we start to make the movement then.
In this session, let's talk about priorities of work. You're coming up to a house, what are our priorities of work?
Yeah, so this should be something that we know prior to even starting to attempt this, even taking force-on-force classes. This will serve you well. And it starts from outside, right? With that initial work where we are looking into the room. So we have a threat, so somebody that's threatening with a weapon, gun, whatever it may be. An unknown, maybe it's somebody who's standing in your house, but they're a 16-year-old kid, just like, I'm here with my buddies, I don't know what's going on. Then we have uncleared space. So for example, this little corner in the room right here would be considered uncleared space. Open doors, because that's the next one. And then closed doors because we can't see in and they can't see out. So those are the kind of things. Threat, unknown, uncleared space, open door, closed door. Super easy. You write them down on a whiteboard or on a little 3x5, put them in your pocket and you'll know them in a week of looking at it. If you're like me, take a little longer.
All right, so I love the open doors thing. Like if you walk in, there's multiple doors. You're gonna go to the closest one that's open first, and if it's closed, you can pass it up and go to the open one. If they're all closed, you can just start picking them. But that's one thing that's really important because you can't see in, they can't see out. And you've got to be able to take care of your work that, you know, if somebody was hidden back there in the dark that they could see. One that I always, James Yeager had three things. What were they? They were, all corners are dangerous. The closest to you is the most dangerous, which that's uncleared space, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Windows and doorways are a picture frame to your death, which means if there's an open door, you've got to worry about that open door.
Yep.
Yeah, be mindful of the windows. I think it's you know, it's a good thing to be able to say, like, if it's hard to see inside of a house, but it doesn't mean that there's not somebody there.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we got threats, unknowns, uncleared space, open door, closed door. So you make up a little acronym.
All right, guys, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. This is a series of videos. I need you to watch it. Go subscribe to Phil's channel. What's your channel?
Having a blast in our training company's EWS training.
All right, take some classes from this guy. Like, he's probably one of the best instructors that I've ever been around. Like, literally, he can articulate and teach better than most people that I've shot with.
What were... What was his company?
To be able to say, like, if it's hard to see inside of a house, but it doesn't mean that there's not somebody there.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we got threats, unknowns, uncleared space, open door, closed door. So you make up a little acronym.
Maybe he's...
All right, guys, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. This is a series of videos. I need you to watch it. Go subscribe to Phil's channel. What's your channel?
Having a blast in our training company's EWS training.
All right, take some classes from this guy. Like, he's probably one of the best instructors that I've ever been around. Like, literally, he can articulate and teach better than most people that I've shot with.
EWS training. That does not look like his company. What was his name? Phil what?
I'm gonna shoot you in the face when I come in. Guys, one of the biggest...
Next one, and then closed doors because we can't see in and they can't see.
Phil what? Phil Morden? Or what? What's his name? No, definitely not him. Just a dude who likes to shoot and have a few seasons of what? Oh, he was in Top Shot. That's sick. And spent some time in the Navy. That's funny. Let's see about... Wow, Rack Room Shoes. What the fuck is going on? All right. Oh wait, that is him. Why he looks like a little child. I want to know about your classes. How much are your classes? How much are your classes, bro? Our structure clearance course focuses on decision making in the home. Manage any situation the student may find themselves in, incorporating structure clearance. The 1-day class, follow firearm safety, copy of your CWP, no video photography during the class. Brother, how do I pay for it? I don't want your targets. Guns. I want the class. All right, how much is an what is it? EW, what was it? EWS? No, just looking in the wrong places. What was that one guy I was watching? He was freaking insane. Like, I want to learn from this dude, wherever the hell. What was his name? He had a crazy name. That guy is somebody too. I don't know his name. This guy, I want to learn from this dude. UF Pro, what is his
The
name?
Roof Rescue Program will give you a new roof
Holy
for
crap,
free.
shut
Here is
up.
exactly how this works.
The tropics are one of the...
Gear up. So, no, I want to train. Maybe this dude's by himself.
Welcome to episode 4
Kawa.
of the Pro's Guide to Team CQB.
Holy crap. Kawa Mao Lei. 2 Alpha Training Group. I'm guessing that's his company.
It's kind of thrown in the hat for some stuff, and more than likely I say yes because it's just like a nice break away from everything else. And so when I did like the Covenant, Guy Ritchie's movie, that was a costume designer that basically just threw my name in the hat, you know, that I worked with on.
All right, man, shut up. Nope. So course schedule, there we go. Jesus Christ, $600. Not bad actually. But He's only doing one thing, level 1 combat fighter ranch block. It's in Texas, $600. It's for a day. All the shit you need. It's called the ranch. That's pretty cool. That would be fun. $100. Active civilian. What is this? Land navigation and map reading. These guys really suck about doing courses. They say they do classes, but nobody's really doing any classes. I mean, tactical response, though, definitely has classes all the damn time. That was James Yeager's, that guy right there. Got to hang out with that dude a few times. Freaking awesome. He died, though. Alright. Let's see what we got for December. I might want to do something for, like, my birthday, which is the 18th. Way of the Pistol, Fighting Pistol, and Advanced Fighting Pistol. That's, oh shit, that's like from the 13th through the 18th. Dang. I feel like that'd be expensive as crap. Advanced Fighting Pistol, the 2-day class is $600. It's really not that bad. $300 a day. Guess your deposit for training. Fighting pistol and fighting rifle. But see, like the one that everybody really wants to do. Where is it? I mean, like, dude, they actually beat the shit out of you. Like, legit. Look at that. Trifecta. It might even just be fighting pistol. Gunfight isn't gun, it's fight. This course is taken. This is the course everyone's talking about. I bet that's the one that I'm thinking of then. The most comprehensive 2-day handgun class in the world. This course is literally a lifesaver. Our fighting pistol course prepares you to prevail in the real world, violent confrontation, and many students have gone and done just that. This intensive course covers an incredible amount of material in just 2 days. I've been told that it covers more than any 5-day course in big schools. I could see that. James Yeager was like a no-nonsense kind of guy. Intro to fighting pistol is now offered a day right before each fighting pistol class. If you're interested, add both to your cart and you'll get a discount. When bundled together, you get intro to fighting pistol for $150 versus $300 discount applied at checkout. That's sick. For $150, you get the extra one, so $750. This is all the stuff you're gonna need. You're gonna need like 800 rounds. We shoot rain or shine. That's sick. Yeah, they don't give a damn, dude. They don't give a damn, and I love it. Yo, let me get my buddy in here. I think I'm gonna see if he's wanting to do class with me. That'd be sick. That dude's not answering the trash can. What a trashy. All right. That's sick. Man, I miss James Yeager though. That guy was freaking awesome. Sucks he died. So there's a funny story about James Yeager. So I'm the 1911 guy, right? Like everything I do is 1911s. And James Yeager used to hate on 1911s more than anybody else in the world. And I met him at a NRA convention thing, and I handed him one of my business cards. He reads it and he's like, "Hydro grips, what's that?" I said, "I make grips for guns." He's like, "Oh, cool. What kind of grips?" The 1911 grips, and he threw it back and he threw it at me, hit me in the chest. Shit. And then he invited us to a after party, and that was sick. He was definitely the most controversial. He used to say some crap. Some crazy crap. This one is actually the one. I'm gonna start shooting people.
Hi, this is Jim Shaker for Tactical Response, and I'm kind of mad right now. I just got a news update. Today is the 9th of January 2013, that Vice President Biden is asking the president to bypass Congress and use executive privilege, executive order to ban assault rifles, to impose stricter gun control. Fuck that. I'm telling you that if that happens, it's going to spark a civil war, and I'll be glad to fire the first shot. I'm not putting up with it. You shouldn't put up with it. And I need all you patriots to start thinking about what you're going to do. Load your damn mags, make sure your rifle's clean, pack a backpack with some food in it, and get ready to fight. I'm not fucking putting up with this. I am not letting my country be ruled by a dictator. I'm not letting anybody take my guns. If it goes 1 inch further, I'm going to start killing people.
Start killing people. Psycho. I love that guy. This dude hates 1911s.
Introducing the Cook from Frozen Premium Whole Turkey by Butter.
These are short videos. 59 seconds
Hey
long.
everybody, Zeke with Talking Lead. We're here with James Yeager again. And as you know, I got the 1911 Smith & Wesson Custom for my birthday. And you've all seen it in videos. We've done a couple videos with it. We also know that Yeager's not a big fan of 1911s, but he did agree for Talking Lead to show us the proper way to draw a 1911 appendix carry, right?
Yes.
So, James, I'll let you take it away.
All right, here it goes. So you want to use both hands, clear the garment, grab the grip of the pistol, pull it straight up, bring it out, clear the double feed. What the?
Clear the double feed.
Draw your Glock and finish the fight.
That's actually funny. Dude is so fucking hilarious. What was Pack Your Bags Part 2? He got in a lot of trouble for that.
Hey everybody, James Yeager, Tactical Response. A lot of stirred up a lot with the Pack Your Bags video. So number 2 here. I was mad when I said it, and probably allowed my mouth to overrun my logic. But I don't.
I was gonna say he doesn't apologize.
I don't retract any of my statements.
Yeah.
Now, I have edited the video and I took off the end where I said I'm gonna start shooting people.
He doesn't apologize to anybody.
First off, I don't need the hundreds of people that have emailed me to give me legal advice.
Yo.
And lawyers. I didn't.
Did you call, bro?
Yeah, I was gonna say, let's do a tactical response class. Let's do a fighting pistol class.
What are you talking about?
You and I, let's go take a class by tactical response.
Those things are expensive.
Yeah, $600, but it's 2 days.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a daggone monitor.
Yeah. We should do that.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Well, I've been watching videos and stuff about some pretty cool things. I'm still streaming.
Yeah, that's really why I've never done that. It's because it costs so much freaking money.
Yeah. We should do it, though, so we can say we did it.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Why?
I don't make money like that where I just go and spend it on a class, bro.
Sure you do.
No, I don't. Freaking, I don't even know what to do about a monitor now. It's so trash.
Just, dude.
I like glued them out on freaking. I like popped off on them on the phone, man. Freaking pissed me off.
Would they say, oh, there's nothing we can do?
At first they're like, oh, you can. I'll send you a label. You can box up and ship us a monitor, and we'll send you a replacement one. I was like, well, I mean, I don't even have to ship it. I was like, I mean, I can just take it back to the store if you guys just send me another one.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can return it to the store. And then this girl was like, oh, she's like, wait, I see that it's this is an open box. And she's like, yeah, there's nothing we can do for that. Actually, you just have to take it back to the store and they'll just refund it. And I said, okay, so you're telling me that the only thing y'all can do for me is just refund the item that I bought from y'all? And she said, yeah. And I said, okay, so then the price that was there when I ordered it 2 days ago, that's no longer there. I can't access that anymore. Like, you can't send me another one for the same price, or I can't buy another one for that same price. No, well, the sale's over, so there's nothing we can do. I said, so let me get this straight. Your example of customer service right now to somebody who has a paid membership to your company, a yearly subscription of like $150 a year, and you're telling me that because I bought a product that you guys messed up and sent me a broken one,
yeah,
it's my fault now, and I don't get access to the cell, not because I missed it or I didn't do anything.
yeah.
Nothing was wrong on my part, but because y'all sent me something broken, now I don't get this product.
Yeah. Well, if that was the case, I would
you're
just
frustrated or whatever.
I would just have sales on broken
I said, yeah, well,
items
you're
all
not
the time.
understanding. You're not understanding what I'm saying. So I need to talk to someone else. Can you transfer me someone else? So, well, I understand, but I can't do that. I said, you can't transfer me to anyone else. And she's like, yeah, no. And I said, okay. I was like, well, I'll just do your job for you. I'm going to hang up and call back and talk to somebody else. I was like, so pissed off, man. And then the other guy's like, yeah, there's nothing we can do. It's an open box. So literally, like, I buy something, it's their fault, and now I'm just stuck with it. He's like, well, the other option is you can take it to the store, and they can try to figure out what's wrong with it.
Well, for
I'm
it
like,
to be open box, doesn't it have to go through their process to make sure that it's
it
completely
should,
fine?
yeah.
Yeah. So that means they messed up there.
They definitely messed up.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. And now I don't know what to do.
Because it
don't have
doesn't
a
matter
monitor.
if
I
something
can't buy
is
a freaking. I
open
can't
box
buy
or
a
not.
monitor. Yeah, I know. I know it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like, that's what I'm saying. And I'm just like, I'm so pissed off at the whole situation because I'm like, I buy stuff with him all the time and I'm being treated like crap. And so now I don't have a monitor that works. And I spent 2 hours of my day driving to Greenville to make this deal happen where I could get this iPad. And now there's not another freaking monitor I can buy.
Yeah.
There's not one. There's not another OLED in my price range that I can get today. So it's like, do I want to go return the iPad that I just bought so I can buy another freaking OLED gaming monitor, or do I want to downgrade my thing and buy put more money in a monitor? It's like I had the perfect deal that I liked. Like I literally had what I wanted. I had the setup. So frustrating. I mean, I guess the other option is I can contact LG and get them to warranty it, but then I'm gonna be sitting here. I don't know.
Well,
it's just so crappy that I'm in this situation to begin with.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't even have to do that. Like
I shouldn't.
Best Buy would have a better.
Well, the freaking foreigners that are talking on the phone on behalf of Best Buy are literally brain dead.
Yeah.
So I don't know what I'm gonna do. They don't. I can just. The only thing I can do. I don't even want to drive. I've already drove to Greenville today.
Yeah.
Anderson has 4 OLEDs, and I don't want any of them. You know.
Yeah. Well,
and they're not in my price range
they're
either.
All expensive, right? Like highly.
Yeah. So I can go to Anderson and just get like a 2K 240 hertz LED monitor.
Yeah, you know? LED. You don't want that.
I know. I'm literally it's all messed up now, and it sucks because I don't know what to do. There's nothing I can do. I can't get an OLED. I can't get an OLED without doing something with my iPad.
Yeah.
Which I just got. And it's like I wouldn't have done what I did today if I was going to do that. So the only way I could get the smaller iPad, and then the difference that's like 8, 9, 10. It's almost $300. So I mean, I can get a nicer monitor, which I don't even want to do. The one I really like the fact that I was getting one for that price point.
Yeah.
You know. But I like the freaking iPad that I got. But it's like I can downgrade my iPad to get another OLED for freaking more money. I'm just so triggered at the whole situation. I don't know what part of these customer service people don't understand. Oh, we're so sorry we sent you a broken monitor. We'll send you another open box excellent. It'll be there. We'll overnight it. It'll be there tomorrow. Just return that one to the store. How is that not fair? You know what I mean?
That would be the easiest thing.
How would that not be how would that not be customer service? And how would they not be able to do it? They messed up, not me. You know?
Yeah, I agree.
The actual gun that you
So I'm just, it sucks, but they're not going to do anything. So now I'm just, I just don't know what to do.
Yeah, they just want you to return and get
Yes.
your money back and not have
What, Jack?
a monitor.
Hold on, Jack. What?
Sure, but the funny thing is that the suppressor internals on the actual VSS.
Well, that monitor that I got for $480. Like that's
It doesn't
insane.
exist anywhere. Yeah.
That was such a good deal. That same monitor is $670 now. I can't even get it today.
How the VSS is one of the quietest guns ever made, and their suppressor was so much better than this.
And that's 670. I don't even think that's.
Try to make it as quiet as possible.
I don't even know if that's open box excellent, which is what I bought. Which you would think open box excellent means it would work. But the cheapest OLED the cheapest OLED that I see right now is $729, and that's full price. It's not even on sale or anything. Yeah, Greenville has it. I just was up in Greenville.
So it's just a really short, long stroke.
That means I gotta drive back to Greenville.
Same. And it fires the 9x39.
Isn't that crazy?
Look at right here.
What I would think is because it's open box excellent, I would think you should bring that to the one in Anderson, let Geek Squad look at it, and tell them to change out the power cord or whatever it may be. I'm thinking it's a power cord issue.
Well,
I would be like, yo, can you look at this and tell me why it's not turning on? And then they'll be like, oh, your power cord is trash. And be like, yeah, well, I just bought it. It says it's open box excellent. Doesn't open box excellent mean it operates just as...
You think I should take it to the store here and see if they can fix it?
Yeah, I would. And what I'm thinking is it's literally just a power cord issue.
Yeah, but why would they have another power cord just there?
They probably did. They probably take the monitors out, have a bunch of power cords plugged in, and they probably just...
You think they have...
Yeah.
Oh, they probably have... I mean, they probably have a display one. I could try that, I guess.
Yeah. That's what I would do. I'd be like, yo, I just bought this, and it says that you guys... It's open box excellent, meaning you guys tested it, and it worked. And it doesn't work now, so can you tell me what the problem is? And they'll be like, yeah, it's probably just a power issue, because there's no way... That means it was functioning when they sent it to you. I'm thinking they just had it plugged in possibly to a different...
You would think.
Yeah, you would think. And
So
I would even relay that to them. I would be like, I'm thinking it must just be a power cord issue, because you guys can't send it out without testing it. And if you tested it and it was fine, I'm thinking you guys just had it plugged into a different cable.
Yeah, so I'll go to the...
Yeah, the one in town.
Yeah.
That's
so
what I
if
would
they
do.
can't... So if they can't fix it, should I just buy a...
$600.
Buy a... I mean,
a brand new one? I probably wouldn't want to do that. Just because
they don't...
It's such a good deal.
I know it's a good deal, but I can't...
But what I'm saying is that you can buy a brand new one. That way you can at least game tonight and then watch and see if something else comes. And then you can return the one that you get and then get a better deal.
Yeah. Could do that. But that's... Yeah. Because you already had one. But, I mean, Black Friday, Cyber Monday, all that's coming up.
Like, literally, Black Friday is one Friday from now.
Yeah, well, yeah. The deal that I got was a Black Friday deal.
Yeah, and that's about as good as it's gonna get.
Yeah, I was very happy with the setup that I got.
Yeah.
I was happy with how that worked out. I can take this monitor to Anderson and see if they can figure it out. If they can't figure it out, I can just buy it Should I just buy like a trash monitor for now, Jack?
Really? What? Okay, you're gonna fire right now then.
Something you can enjoy, yeah.
I mean, I can. Yeah. The thing is, they don't have any. I just don't really want to
do all that.
We'll drive to Greenville if.
This is the thing. They're not going to do anything to work with you, so you just need to do something that is going to fix things for yourself, because these people are not going to help you.
Which is crazy.
So I think that you should go to the Best Buy store, like Joe's saying, see if they can fix it. If
Yeah.
they can, awesome. That's perfect. That's the best case scenario.
If they can't, just buy something from.
Buy something from Anderson and then watch to find a better deal.
Yeah, which you're good at.
And you're honestly probably going to keep doing that anyways.
Okay. No, I wasn't.
Yes, you are.
How? I live.
Well,
no, there's not another. There wasn't another move. I spent a little bit more money than I had tied up today by buying this iPad. Like it was like that was extra $160. Jacqueline's always just spend money. It's okay.
Tired of problems.
There's I don't have problems.
Oh, no, you don't. I love you. You're perfect. Go get your monitor.
Okay, so
Go
what
get
do you
your
want me to
monitor.
Well, it's been a very wet.
do you want like Anderson?
Cameron's having a little bit of
If you
trouble,
can
but you know what?
not
We
drive
had
to
a
Greenville,
good
that's
time.
great.
Yeah, I cannot drive to Greenville. The thing is, Anderson
Now that we've shot a bunch of it,
doesn't have.
had some fun doing a little bit of ballistic testing. Let's talk a little bit about this.
Let me see
So there's a couple
what
of
Anderson has.
notes here. So obviously we don't have the.
I don't think I can
Russian
get an
baffles.
OLED monitor
I
from
would
Anderson.
venture to
They
guess
only
based
have-
on the baffle design.
They only have
With
4
the
models.
washers that were kind of inverted at an angle to each other. That the sound signature
They've
would be a
got-
little bit louder from what we're seeing right now. Right now we have.
Yeah, but they're
very
so
quiet,
you don't understand when
definitely
these
from the
things aren't on
black
sale.
range,
They're
and I
so
imagine
expensive.
About as quiet, if not quieter,
Yeah,
than
$1,000.
6.
Yeah,
very
$800.
pleasant weapon to fire.
The
Would you agree, Mike?
the one from Anderson right now would be $1,100.
Front there.
OLED. Well, that's what I'm saying. I can just buy some monitor.
A couple things to look at are the sights. I think the sights are really interesting in many ways because
No, that's. I mean, that's. I'm just saying that's what's
the sights themselves are on the suppressor.
crazy
It's
about
actually
it.
Detachable. So we do have the front
Oh,
sight.
fudge,
We
man.
have our
Yeah,
front
I
sight
can't.
here.
There's not an OLED. That's so much
Moving
money.
back, we have a fairly good sight radius
If you
to the rear
need
sight. Now,
the-
obviously,
if you
this
need
is
an
graduated
OLED,
just like a
it's,
typical
I mean,
8K
you're
sight.
not
Now,
going to be able to
typically, this
keep
would be
it.
in a
You're going to have to
spring
return
pressure
it.
so that it
You
would
get the
not be
$1,200
flopping
one
around
right now, and
or
then just
anything,
return
but
it.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
unfortunately, you can't just
That
call
would
up
be
the
sick,
factory
though.
and get a new VSS rear sight leaf spring. So it is going to
That
be
is
what
so
it's
much
at.
money.
So right now,
That's
right
all
now
they
what
got
Anderson
in
is gonna
Anderson,
go
man.
ahead
That's
and remove
crazy.
the suppressor for us. Since this is his gun, I'm going to let him do it. I don't want to break it.
Yeah, yeah. It comes back to you.
Base right here. I'm going to hold the mic up to you.
Yeah, no worries. So, just like anything else, if you really want to turn something on, or
It just
I don't
sucks.
want
It's like,
around with it,
yeah,
you
it's
just
like
press that little
they win the
button
customer
firmly at
service
the base
battle.
of the shaft.
But see, that's what I'm talking about.
If you
about
do that
this
way.
weapon actually holding 0.
Yeah,
You can see that it just screws into places and is held by the.
Here's
indent.
a. Oh, I gotta set it on Anderson only.
But for us, they ended up being pretty good.
So pulling this apart.
Yeah, like I mean,
Spring here
if
that
Greenville, there's
tension
like
on the
monitors in like
baffles
the
inside
7
the
price
suppressor
range.
itself.
That makes sense, but
So
that's
here's
driving
the
to
suppressor.
Greenville.
This right here is the barrel. So we have something really cool here where we have.
It's like I could buy a
holes drilled
$700
along
monitor
the
if I
life
took
ring
the
of the
iPad
barrel
back and
itself.
like
So
got
that
the
is what
smaller
feeds the
iPad.
gas early
Yeah,
on
but you
into
don't
the
want to do that.
suppressor, which is partially what makes it so quiet. Let's just dock.
Yeah, not. I mean, not really, because it's like the thing is like it'd still be buying like it would be a monitor of the same caliber as what I got for the cheaper price, you know?
Yeah.
Like that's how good. I mean, I bought a 2K 240 hertz, so it's like I'm looking at 2K 240 hertzes for that price. It's like there's not really. I mean, there's the 2K 360 hertz, like that's better, but and that's like that'd be a little bit more money. That's in like the 7 range. I've had that monitor already, you know.
We have the charging handle right here on the
I liked it. I didn't like Samsung only has a year warranty though.
Safety, a very tiny safety right there.
easy to reach with your fingers and pretty easy to actuate. Actually,
Anderson has that monitor that I sold you, Joe.
Yeah.
They have it. It's a Black Friday deal for $200.
Together with Brandon. Come on in here, Brandon.
That's pretty sick.
You want to put your finger on there?
They have.
Yeah, right there. I'll put my finger right over yours. Okay. Okay, we're gonna feel into that. So what's funny about the VSS trigger is it is just like a continuous pull the entire time. There's no wall at all. So
let me just put 240. I probably need a 240 hertz.
All the way through, and then it just lets off. There's no
I got the
wall.
minimum.
There's no 1 stage, 2 stage. The stages you're going to be firing.
One of 6 items.
It's a striker fired mechanism, unlike the AK, because the AK is hammer fired.
It is a very odd weapon in many ways. Going back from there, we do have the stock right here. Now, what's really interesting about the stock, first off, it always reminds me of an SVD in many ways, just a little bit smaller. But what's even cooler about it is if we press that button, it comes right off. So that means that Brandon will be making this into an AS Val, which is pretty much the same thing, but with a different stock and grip. I always thought it was interesting how easy it is to change that out. Do you know if that was actually used in the field to any extent?
It might have been used, if
well,
I had to guess, like just for ease of transport or whatever.
Yeah, I think because it's 445, I would just take it
cool.
there
The
within like
reason
next
so we have
hour
the
and a
dust
half
cover
or
off
so.
right here, and unlike the AK, we can't really fire it with the dust cover off.
Take the monitor to them.
It's not meant to do that, but we can see we have the action spring right here, and then right here we have the striker spring. This is not a
yeah, so I guess I can see if they can fix it, and I don't even have to look for monitors. I don't know about in Anderson. There's not a lot of
But what do you think is causing that?
LED
So it's actually hard
options
to say. It
either.
could be the ammo, could be a lot of things.
not-
One of the things that we thought about
yeah.
doing is kind of adding a buffer here to keep a little bit more tension on the
I thought they had a
That's
2K.
one of the ways we've looked at kind of
240
solving that.
hertz, but I don't see it.
This is entirely original the way it came right now, like this entire striker assembly, and I'm kind of hesitant to mess with it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's real Russian for better or worse.
I get you, and it's tough because like if someone in Russia were to build out an AR-15 and then the only ammunition that they had was Wolf, they're gonna have an AR-15 that doesn't work really well. So so many things are ammunition dependent. There's so many factors that go into play to making a weapon truly.
Did you happen to see what kind of frames PUBG was getting?
We have a lot of
No.
original things when it comes to this particular weapon.
I would think it's
system, but,
pretty decent.
very interesting in many ways.
It's
that
probably
brings us
getting
to the end of
240
VSS.
at least, right?
I wish we could do a
Maybe,
longer
yeah.
review on this, and until things improve in certain parts of the world, or until
Or like
we
150,
make
or
our own, we're not gonna
like
be able to do that.
170,
But
something
it
like
was
that.
a real treat to be able to at least shoot an example of it, even if it had a couple ammunition issues and that type of thing. Really cool. Wouldn't you agree, Micah? Probably one of the cooler guns we've gotten our hands on.
Coolest.
Wait, the coolest?
It's single-handedly the coolest to date.
Wait, cooler than the?
No, it's the coolest.
Cooler than the M1 Malone?
Yes.
Cooler than the M1 Malone? Well, since we are on the range with Brandon, that means that we have to do what?
Why'd you give me the black cherry? We like these. We have to do a white cloud penetration test.
Well, well, that brings us to the end of the VSS. We're going to do what we always do, and we're going to go to our dad advice with an actual dad, Cody. Hey. Cody, what's some dad advice for all the dads out there and all my
Man, bro, they don't have
good money.
open boxes are wiped out right now.
They probably have some there too that aren't.
So my wife got me this weird new kitchen.
I've noticed that about Best Buy. They'll always have something there that you don't see online.
Because this is
See, like, there's the monitor I bought. The Black Friday deals there. Again, it's $5.99.
Made VSS Ventores,
however
you say it. Most common thing I hear here in the States is Ventores.
And it is
the VSS, aka
the open box price, so it's $5.99 new.
It's an integrally suppressed.
The open box price is $5.81.
Wow, good deal.
Mag light,
Yeah.
flashlight on the end of the gun. It's integrally suppressed 9x39 rifle. This thing is hugely popular in the video game.
So that this literally it was $100 less when I bought it.
To Warzone to you know, PUBG to Tarkov. This thing is really, really, really well known. It's like an iconic.
It's crazy they changed their open box price.
Now, if you're a fan of any of those things, you should probably subscribe.
So I can't just buy another one.
This is not the only gun from those.
I guess I can go up there and see if they can fix it, and if they can't fix it, I don't really know what I'll do.
I would even try to like bypass the whole Geek Squad thing too. I'd be like, yeah, let me just talk to your general manager. Like, just let me go all the way. Because I don't even feel like dealing with anybody. I've been talking to people all day. You guys piss me off. So let me just talk to somebody good.
It's nothing really special, but the internals we actually made our own.
Yeah, I don't.
Out of entirely U.S. components and registered the suppressor.
Because you know the people that work there, they're just gonna have like generic answers. They're gonna be like, oh yeah, well, you know, the thing about it is like we can't do anything with it. And you're like, listen, dude, let me talk to somebody that has authority in this place. One that just goes like, oh, did you buy something from us? Yes. Oh, is it not functioning the way that we sold it to you as? What do you mean? Well, when we sell something, especially on whatever open box excellent, that means we did the determining factor that it is a functioning and fantastic product. Well, I'm looking at it right now and it's not what we just said it was. Let me get you a brand new one. That's exactly what I would say.
Yeah, they don't even have a brand new one though.
But, you know, at least you'll have that answer. He might, if anything, they can have the option to just ship you one. If they had to.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
And then he'd be the only, or she, whatever, would be the only person at that, you know, working there that could do that. Because you know the other people there just, man, I just got in like 2 hours ago, bro. I don't know what I'm doing here. Yeah. About to go to my other job at Chick-fil-A, bro. Holler at me.
Bro, why are you cracking on Chick-fil-A?
Because they're trash now. I'm just kidding. They're actually really good.
No, I think they're doing bad with the their chicken now.
Really do that effectively. You need a subsonic.
They switched up and got antibiotic chicken.
Come over to
Oof, delicious.
39. Now this here.
I was exposing them the other day.
It's really kind of becoming
very,
very
dude?
very expensive, but it uses 7.62 by 39 parent casings. But
no.
The round itself up top.
Yeah, there was one dude. He was like,
instead of being 7.62,
he's like, you know, the chicken at Chick-fil-A is made up of 1,000 different things. He's like, that's why it tastes so good.
A heavier projectile that allows you to keep some energy, because you know it's mass times velocity squared. That's the equation, right? By adding more mass, you're able to slow it down to where you get below subsonic speeds. Basically, you're not breaking the sound barrier. Sonic crash.
Jack, what was your advice to me?
Your energy. So you're hitting with a lot more force than if you were just taking a 7.62.
Just buy like
slowing it down.
some piece of crap.
Try to demonstrate that. As always, our tried and true.
Just buy like a literal piece of doggy doodle.
White Claw penetration test. Sneaky breaky penetration, which sounds fucking terrible. In 3, 2, 1.
So you get something that you're going to be able to game on, and it's not going to be your forever monitor.
My forever monitor.
This dude, Brandon Herrera, is wearing a Willer's hat.
Like a lot of the other things that.
Yeah, that's gay. He's trying to be the ATF director.
This is also one of the iced tea flavors.
Brandon Herrera.
Sacrifice.
Yeah, they're petitioning for him to be the ATF director. You know, he ran for like office and lost.
Yeah, I could see him losing terribly. He's cool to all the gun people, but no one else knows him.
Clearly got it about center mass.
Yeah.
Center mass for White Claw anyway.
Well, and who cares, bro? They're all a bunch of degenerates anyway, so I don't know why. They just, all these people just get like some popularity online. They think they can just be a degenerate politician.
got a lot of ass behind it.
But you gotta be
Obviously,
more
the subsonic velocity
calculated.
is what allows it to be as quiet as
Okay,
it
man.
is. So it's
So
quiet,
I'll
slow
take
moving,
this up
but
to
it'll still
Best Buy.
knock the shit out of you.
I can't believe it that this is what the day has turned out to be, Jack. You know? It's crazy. Isn't that crazy? I had like the perfect setup figured out.
Yeah, sorry.
It was the dream setup.
What is
Dang, the dream team.
Find something better, and it's okay.
I don't think that's true.
Well, take that back.
The only way it would be better is if like I got a free monitor.
Dang.
Well, you'll go up to Anderson, and they're just like, well, let me just exchange this for a brand new one.
See?
They don't have it.
No, but
That's the
they'll send
problem.
it to you.
I know they're not going to do that, but if
They
they
might.
send it to me, I still it's a game. Now.
Is there another store in Anderson that has a monitor besides Best Buy?
I don't know.
Yeah,
So-
Target.
Who else sell that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, Target will have some. Walmart too.
Oh,
Walmart will definitely have something.
Why? You're just gonna return it anyways.
Not the Target.
Yeah, we can buy it and then return it to Target, and then Target loses money because it's gonna be an open box.
Jack's savage. The Walmart.
Yeah, Walmart will definitely have one.
I mean, the thing is, I can just buy a monitor. It's just like,
But what I'm saying is that if you go to Anderson, they're like, we're sorry, man, that's not right. They shouldn't have done that. We're just going to exchange this one for a brand new one at your exact same price. We're going to send it to you. And then you turn around and buy a monitor from them. They're going to be like, WTF. So you just be like, oh my God, thank you so much. Here's my address. And then you go to Walmart and you buy a monitor to get you through. And then when the one that they send you comes, you take that one back to Walmart.
I guess the first step's going to find out what's up at Best Buy. So I'll
Hey,
do that.
be kind and don't be mean.
I am kind.
But also say it with your chest. Bring your gun.
Why was
Yeah,
that?
make sure
why
you
was that-
carry.
was that too mean to that lady?
You were a little cutthroat.
She literally was just saying, "I understand, but I'm not going to do anything for you."
I know that.
And
it's
then
over
I
there
asked her-
like, you listen to here, you hooker.
I understand I got like mean towards her,
You did.
but she was telling me she couldn't even transfer me to somebody else, which is a straight up lie.
I know.
You can always transfer.
I know.
So that's why I put her in her place.
Well, okay.
It was probably her time of the month. That's why women shouldn't be working. They should be at home cooking and
Don't do what you're
cleaning.
doing right now. Don't do that. Don't do what you're doing right now. I will cut you. I love you, but I will cut you.
Jack, you're not cutting anybody.
I might.
He said that's a man's job.
That's a man's job right there.
God. Look at Sam. Old Sammy. Sammy Whammy.
Are you
What's up,
streaming?
Sam? Yeah, I've been streaming.
You're streaming while you're just talking to me?
Yeah, well, I've been watching gun videos and flirting with Sam.
Okay. Well, that's sus.
Oh, I'm tired though. I ain't gonna lie.
I'll get back at you, Joe. I'll go see what these jabronis say. Probably gonna have to drive to Greenville.
No, we're not gonna make you do that.
Yeah. Okay. I'll get back at you in a minute. I'm gonna get this loaded up.
All right, broder. See ya. All right. What you doing, Sam? Sam, I am.
Contact, footwork. Every person look on the footwork. Don't forget, the first feet also
He's
goes
just jealous
forward,
you
not
don't talk to
backward.
him like
It has to
that.
be forward. It's just like we slice the
Maybe.
frames of the doors, okay? It's the same.
Let's
Imagine
see,
that the
how
buzzer
loud
is
is
like the
that
apex of the
compared to
threshold,
me?
okay?
What you up
Good.
to? What are you doing
Contact,
today? Wait, you said you're about to go to sleep. You're not even sleeping.
Don't be lazy. Don't sweep your friend.
Don't be lazy.
Just flow the weapon.
Don't be
then
lazy.
Put it on thread.
Yo, I will be right back. I have to grab my food real quick. Be right back. I'll BRB. But I'm going to keep this up so you can watch it. I don't know if you want to, but watch it for a little bit. I'll be right back.
All right, let's talk about 3 of the most common room shape or structural shapes that we have in CQB. The first one is pretty simple, guys, right? It's a box-shaped room. We start with that on purpose in order for me to understand what is your general level of understanding of CQB. And before we will discuss some of the issues in these rooms, I want to introduce you to the first terminology. So as you can see, we have here 4 corners in this room shape, right? Good. We like to divide them into 2 types, easy corners and hard corners. Easy corners are going to be those corners over there which are deeper into the room. The reason why there are easy corners is because as I'm making my way to the room, slicing or whatever, I can always address and, if needed, to fight with these corners from outside without forcing myself to run into the room and committing to other corners in the same time. Okay? So that's why we call it easy corners. We can fight from outside and we can always also bail away from them if needed.
Feel at home with Blue Cross Blue Shield of South Carolina's Medicare Advantage plans. You're our neighbors, and our plans treat you that way. We've supported your health for more than 75 years, and we're not going anywhere. Find coverage that fits your
I
needs
couldn't pass
and your
out,
budget,
but it's all
including
good.
plans that work
So
with
now I
benefits.
shall watch your stream.
Choose the only Medicare plans made in South Carolina for South Carolinians. Call to speak with a local advisor or visit us online
What the
to learn more.
fuck is, man?
We
Chill
talked
out with the
previously about room
ads.
shapes, movements,
My
all that kind of stuff. So
God.
probably now you have a bigger picture into how human behavior works in this environment. and
All
how
it
this
is,
environment
always
itself affects
fucking
our,
ads.
tactical capabilities, right? What is the biggest issue we have in CQB across, let's say, military or police context? Limited space.
Limited
Flagging each
space.
other, right? Taking the guns and flagging.
Is
my
this
friend,
even good
one for
though?
you.
He's just
Right,
talking the whole
guy?
fucking time.
Okay, you will bravo actually.
We're not watching
Make
that.
sense?
We want.
For us, again, this will not be 100% realistic because we're trying to replicate a realistic situation. So what will happen is the form.
Shut up, man.
Hey, do you guys want to play airsoft?
Shit. I want a good CQB video. I want to go one. Basics of slingman. We want to learn from that dude. He's freaking really good. Or that guy. Bear. Whatever. Not him. One man CQB. Who's this? Fieldcraft Survival Channel. No. SWAT training. No. This dude's pretty decent. I've watched that one though.
Oh, thank God that part is over. We wanted to briefly show you guys kind of.
And part of that was all this.
What is it? You guys are just talking
A
too?
lot of this like weird like movement and all this and like leaning over.
Okay. You guys really are starting to piss me off. And then this is shorts. I don't want to watch shorts. closed door. Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
P.S. Did you
get my camera
review
voice
for your
back.
stream to hopefully help push?
Okay, Mike.
You did a review. How did you do that?
Oh, he has a whole persona.
And I appreciate it.
I gotta do it 100
I don't
more
know
times.
how you
Please
did
turn
it,
around.
but that's sick. I appreciate
Alright,
you.
here on Grand Thumb's channel.
Today, guys, we're gonna be talking. He's a great guy. Watch his videos.
Yo.
As you feed him salmon to his mouth.
We got hibachi.
Today, we're gonna be talking about pull doors. And again, I don't know when the push door video got done because this is like Marvel Multiverse.
Just
Time
popped
is
up.
a flat circle or whatever. That's probably a different show. We're going to now talk about the other thing we didn't talk about in the other video, which is how to pull a door open if that is the way the door is made. Before we get into all of the shenanigans with that, we want to talk about some other things, some disclaimers. So before you get your panties in a wad, the only thing we're talking about
Sam,
is the door itself.
This
Establishing
is
security, establishing
important
breacher,
stuff you
self-breaching,
should know.
two-man breaching, which side is more efficient, angles of exposure and all that. But we're not talking about long security. We're not talking about rear security. We're not talking about forcing a breach. We're talking about when the door is unlocked and simply closed. So the reason we want to talk about this, we said it on the other video as well, a lot of cops get
This
shot
is
through
really
closed
good
doors.
for you
FBI's
to-
data shows us that the
Good
closed door,
learning.
the last closed door in a residence, is one of the most dangerous things you'll encounter in clearance. Why is that? Well, if we hadn't found the guy yet, and we get to the last closed door in the structure, the FBI would literally call that a clue. He's probably in there. And when we open a door, it's a huge clue as to our location and what we have to do next, which is go through the door. A lot of people are being trained to stand in front of doors, which sounds crazy, but it's true. And we want to kind of get around that by showing what right looks like. So without further ado, let's talk about pull doors. You want to walk them through the anatomy on that, Jay?
Yeah, so how do we know it's a pull door? Well, here are the barrels of the hinges. Notice they're on the outside of the door frame like this, right? So those are the barrels of the hinges. There's a knob over there, so looking at the door for what it is, the way it's sitting in this door frame, we could tell that this door is going to open into this room, right? Or pull. So here's the knob side, and there's the hinge side, and we can tell a couple of ways that we're going to discuss what he said, what right looks like on a way that we can manipulate this door, get it open, and not be standing behind the door when it opens. Because from his point of view right now, if I open the door, what can he see? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Whole lot of door.
He's going to have to negotiate that door. Most times what we see is whenever he negotiates that door, moves that muzzle around, he's going to flag me as a result of it.
Yeah,
Or
come over here, Mitch, you'll see it better.
or stand there, have his gun either high ready or high port, low port. He's either going to be at high port, low port to negotiate that door, and when that happens, yes, I've taken a lot of data.
Ugh. Or, like he was saying, the
Back
door's here
up.
and it's coming towards me, and I'm like, get out of the way, door, and look who I'm flagging. Right?
So-
bad vibes.
So
bad
a lot of
feeling.
problems can occur with standing behind the door. Now, if he has the real estate to be over there on that side and get out of the way of the door, you're still out of the way of the door as it's opening. However, he still can't see anything until it always against the door, that wall over there. So
what, should
we
he
wanna
stack?
set ourselves up for success and be in a better position. That way, when the door opens, we're in a position on the first look side to see what is going on in that area that we're concerned with, right? So the caveat to that is don't be on that side. That's the simple down.
Unless you absolutely had to.
Yeah, the down and dirty is don't be over there, be over here.
The only time you would have to is when the door has like a limiting factor, like it terminates over there. So let's say there's a wall here, right? Well, now we can't be on that side. Well, we still don't want to be in front of the door, but this sucks for us. And sometimes, like we talk about in every video, stuff just sucks and it can't be perfect. But we'll talk about, if you have the room, the ideal way to do this.
Yeah.
So take it away, sir.
Yeah, so one of the things you and I were talking offline is one of the last classes that you taught was there's two methods of entry. Now, if we're just doing it by myself, right, just by myself, not a two-man deal, but just by myself doing the solo thing, I'm going to get set up very similar to what you saw earlier, getting that gun out of my shoulder, underneath the armpit. I'm going to angle it up again about that 45. That way when I lean into that door to get ready to open it, the gun is now horizontal. Now, notice I'm not standing in front of the door to pull it open. I am a good leg width apart, good wide stance, angling that gun up. Go ahead and defeat that knob. There's an air gap in here, and I think we talked about this before.
We didn't talk about it on the other video because it's less of a big deal, but we'll talk about it here certainly.
So there's an air gap in that door, and there's a throw that goes into the. Did you like when I did that?
Yeah, doing good. That's good. That's good stuff.
The ASMR? Is
Yeah,
that what
yeah.
was?
It tickles my tism. Go ahead.
Okay, now I'm just going to open the door, okay? Is that
Perfect.
okay with you?
Yep.
All right.
Motherfucker.
Okay, so after I'm done tickling his tism, I'm going to work this knob.
Push it.
All right, cool. I should do that mic real quick.
Perfect, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, of course.
So again, there's an air gap in this door frame, right? And the knob or that throw is going into this this strike plate right here. So what we want to do is I can give this a little pull, then release that knob. You see that becomes loose now? And I'm able to give that, that door a pull like so. Or I can go over the top and do the same thing. I'm going to pull it to me, release that air gap, and now that door is ready to come open. So how I get set up to defend myself with the weapon system is, again, 45 degrees upward like so. And then when I reach into that knob, I'm just going to go over the top of it like so, defeat that air gap, give it a quick pull, present my gun up, start to lean in to see what's happening that direction. So I'm getting close to the wall so that I can see depth of angle far to the right side.
Tell me about why you got so far off it too.
Well, goodness gracious, I don't want to be in front of that door when it opens, so I'm gonna take a step back, right? How dare I not be in front of the door? Well, one of the things I don't want to do is be in front of the door when it opens, because if you watch the last video, I explained 2 separate occasions when I was standing by a door breaching it and having got shot at through both of those doors. So I don't want to be there. So firsthand knowledge, don't stand in front of the door. So that's why I breach it and I'm taking a step back. What that's giving me time is to process. I'm creating a reactionary gap. So if somebody rushes that door or if somebody peeks their head out, I'm presenting a gun up to give me a little bit of room.
It
right?
seems like a good
Why
idea.
not? I have the real estate to move around, not move that light around. Hey, have that removed. All right.
Yeah, but you can't muzzle
don't be
strike
kicking my
from
lights
that.
and stuff, right? Those things are expensive. So I'm going to move back a little bit to give me some time to process some data. So again, what that looks like, gun goes up, defeat that knob, pull that door open, present the gun up, and if I need to, I can start that panning process now. I'm ready to rock and roll, get set up over here for room entry, and away we go.
Schmooth. I like it. So if we had the 2-man involved.
What about
you would-
left-handed? Left-handed.
Shit. So as a lefty, it'd be the same thing. Tucking the rifle, angling it up. Again, I'm leaning in. And for me, it's pretty much the same thing. I know that the door pulls because I'm looking at it, and I can defeat the air gap by pushing it in or pulling it, but I'm going to push just like he talked about. I'm going to roll over the top as it comes open, stepping back, presenting deep corner check, and then moving. So it's the same thing. You're just pulling out this way instead of having to pull across. Tomato, tomato is the exact same procedure, so don't get it twisted. The only thing I would add from what he demoed was if there's a second man and he's not going to do what we call a reach around breach, then he just out the way. So come get in my little hip pocket there. We talked about it on the other video. Self-breaching with a second man, his only job is not to get it, just out of the way. If he leans in blindly and he gets in because he's trying to cheat up, I have nowhere to go now, and there's no reactionary gap. Human behavior shows us that people shoot at stuff that moves. They shoot at things that they can see. When the door starts to open, it's a cue that, hello, we're probably on the knob side, or we're at least in some vicinity of the door. We've seen from videos, we've seen from FBI data, we've seen from personal experience, people shoot at the door and a little bit of the area around it, because most bad guys aren't super good shots anyway. So where do we not want to be? Up against the door and right around it. Think about like a cone of fire. Someone's spraying at that door, they might shoot a foot or 2 left or right of it, so we just want to be off of it. Most people are not going to just send rounds down the drywall, although that's also happened to us, and there's not really a way to mitigate that. So CQB is not perfect, it's not safe, this isn't magic, it's just, hey, let's do some common sense shit and not stand in front of the door. He has to leave me room, and then he would just pick up whatever sector was left over, so he doesn't move beyond the point he's at now. Again, I'm angling that rifle up. Here, I start to pan out and across. That's it. So it's nothing you hadn't seen before on this channel, it's just that we're taking the door that was closed and we're making it open. What if we have the room and now that number 2 man can be a little bit more useful? Again, we're talking about deliberate entry, so we're not going to show them the ransom just yet. You want to we'll do a separate video on that. It'll be a good one. So we have basically an inside man breach or an outside man breach. It's kind of like when you deploy a bang, there's a difference in who pulls security based on angles and exposure. So if Jason set up his security, again, first look, first light, tactical side. If this door was to open, now, unlike a push door, that's the first look, that's the tactical side. He's got the most SA into the room. So do we want him taking his hands off his gun? Do we want him doing other stuff? Probably not. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna help him out. I'm gonna reach around him and I'm gonna work the knob. So from here, he can get pretty tight to the door, honestly. Give me a little bit of room. I'm gonna get basically my hips to his holster. And when he's set, he can either give me a barrel wiggle, a head knob, whatever it is. I'm doing the same thing. And as this opens, he's seeing what's exposed, right? But he's gonna start to step out just a little bit as I step back. And he's plated me so I can get my gun back in the fight. Now, there's a couple ways we can go from here. Two methodologies, essentially. He can start to pan, or I can start to pan. If he starts to pan, that's called an inside man pan. So I've stepped back, he's already taken space, and now I'm picking up what he dropped. Okay, so we'll do that sort of as a continuous movement. Show you one more time. I must have stepped in some mud outside. He gets back set up. I see that he's waiting on a breach. I come up, he gives me that signal. And we're good to go from here. All right, the other option is just outside man breach. And in this option, he's covering me, but instead of giving up real estate that I could own if I just got my gun in the fight, now I'm gonna pick that space up and then I'm gonna pan out instead of stepping behind him. So again, it looks the same from the start. I'm here, and instead of him stepping out, I bring my gun up and I just work over. The same thing we did before. So what are the real differences there? What would you say the pros and cons are of either one?
Well, the first one, it's kind of a one-gun deal when the door opens, right?
Yep.
Which, again, you're giving up something to get something. So my gun is absorbing, or my plates are absorbing everything to protect my buddy when he opens the door. So he's going to breach it and then step away so that I am now responsible for our security. Then as I start to pan over, he picks up his own security, protects himself. The opposite side of that, the one that you did, version number 2, is that there's a lot of stuff going on right in the middle. When that door opens, there's two dudes right here in one hole. Yeah, so we need to be moving pretty quickly, right? So that's one of the things that we harp on in all of our classes, right, is manpower, mission, and environment. Those are the three things that's going to drive or dictate the type of tactics that we do. So this environment, there's a couple of ways to go about it. This environment, we have the room, so we can do that reach around breach. Or hey, we want to be, I'm just going to go and do the thing. What if I breach it for us? You know, we haven't even discussed that. It's a two-man deal, but I can still self-breach it. He recognizes I'm going for that knob. He's just going to stand back. I open it, and he defend himself. You know, so there's 3 different ways that we can talk about discussing this one tactical problem, and none of them are the way. Those are a way.
Yeah, either the first man breaches and starts the movement, or the second man breaches, starts the movement, or the second man breaches and doesn't start the movement. It's you literally just making like a Punnett square of options here, right? And it just took y'all back to like 9th grade biology, but the idea is you can mix and match any of these techniques and they're not wrong. It's just simply picking who do we want to risk and why and for how long. We also haven't talked about what if you are forced to be on this side of the door. So I'm gonna move this piece of dead space that we have here in our shoot house, shameless plug, and we'll talk about if we had a limiting factor. I have been in some really crappy scenarios in real life like this. Remember the one, it was a recording studio?
Oh my word.
And I had to breach from my knees with the Thor's hammer.
Yeah, and I'm over the top of you literally holding security.
Yep, so you had to drop security to pull me up as the bang's going in.
Right.
And then you and me are 1 or 2 in.
But that also made a dude do a backflip over a couch.
Bang landed at his feet and he was like, oh Jesus, and then bang went off and he literally somersaulted into the wall. So bangs work, 1, and then 2, I have never trained in my life to breach from my knees with a Thor's hammer, but it was what we needed to do in the moment, and so we did it. You're never going to have all the scenarios down. You just have to be able to mix and match principles. So if I'm on my knees here breaching and Jason's over the top of me with a rifle, there's security, there's a breacher, and we had a flashbang ready to gain some momentum. There was a tunnel just like this. So where else were we supposed to go? There's no other option.
It was doors was kind of recessed in a foyer or a foyer, depending on where you.
Foyer.
Yeah, so it was recessed, and there was basically walls on both sides.
And it was an outward opening door. We had the guy. We had to set the Halligan with the Thor's hammer and roll it. So again, it's not like we're showing you like, well, this is what's going to work every time. It's just if you have these situations, here's some principle-based options. So let's just say this is a continuous wall, right? And we can't get to that side of it, obviously. What we're seeing a lot on online videos is guys are just standing in the front of the door and breaching it themselves. And then you got this guy over here just dicking off, not doing anything. So this may be a case for getting all the way over here if we need to, or offsetting it. You can also walk the door over. It's what some people do. So you breach it, and then you basically pan backwards across to the unknown. There's a lot of options. If I open this door from here, like we just talked about, what does Jason have?
0.
Yeah, you tell me when you're ready to shoot something, Jay.
JCPenney gets you ready for winter with more cozy, bigger savings.
I wish ads were good. You know what I mean? Like, what is this dumb bitch talking about? Like, Wix? Fuck off. Boring ads. They're
So
all
if I want
so
to be a
boring.
moving target, there's an option where when I open this thing, I then start my pan. So again, I'm tucking this thing in, I'm here, and I'm panning over to him. And at this point, he's picked up the only thing I can't see. Now, have I given up real estate? Sure, but that's how pans work. So now, having seen most of it, I simply have to buy back out. And if I didn't see a shooter already, hopefully we have a little bit better of a chance of just being like, here I am, shoot me just in case. We could also just get on this side of the door and eat that risk of, one, having to
Someone
step out
lighten
and
up
cross
the
it.
door. Yeah.
Again, like we talked about in the other video, look at the shadow I'm putting across the door. So to get over here to this knob, I have to really almost kind of like take my gun out of the fight and get to it if I don't want to put a shadow under it. Is any of this ideal? Absolutely not.
But the environment is telling us what to do based on what we have. We can't change the layout.
Right.
We can just change our positions or try to better our position the best we can around this particular tactical problem.
Yep.
There's no easy fix.
Yeah, so we keep preaching on like, get on the tactical side, get on the knob side. Psych, there's a wall there. We still wouldn't advise you to stand in front of the door. And if you're gonna do that, try to be a moving target. Again, I've just worked with some guys that they do a high-low here. So I'll just be my high guy and I'll be the guy kneeling. I'm gonna get here, Jason can have a gun over the top of me, and I can still have my gun in the fight if I need to. And I'm opening this from here, right? Jason can pan out or do whatever he needs to do, and then I'm able to get up and we have our entry. What are the cons of that?
You're sitting in the
I
doorway.
cannot predict your behavior if we start taking rounds. You're going to stand up. You're going to get out of there. And we're sitting basically
We have
stationary in a doorway
now
when that
two
door
people.
opens.
Yeah, we have two people in front of the door. What did we just say at the beginning of the video?
Don't stand in the doorway.
Yeah, don't stand in front of the door because rounds are going to go there. So we put two people there because we're plating each other. So
what are we plating?
Exactly. Make it make sense based on the principles. If you have to be in the funnel, I'm a big fan of being a moving target, and that could just be going through the door, taking it more dynamically. But it kind of is what it is. So the general, I guess, take home for this video and these concepts, get on the first look side, whatever that is, if you can. And if you can't, don't stand in front of the door for any longer than you have to, and be a moving target. We talked about some really odd solutions on the other video, like the pole breaching alarms. It's like a 10-foot telescoping pole with a rubber inner tube on the end of it. And you can telescope that thing out, grab the knob, twist it till it opens, let it go, and then approach the door from, 10 feet away. Great idea. There's a lot of cons to that, but is it better than standing in front of an open door where you have no angle? Probably. So think outside the box. If it's truly the last closed door in a residence and you really think there's a guy back there and there's no way to get into that room without exposing yourself standing in front of a closed door, what about going outside? What about a gun port? What about going through a window? What about any other thing besides standing there and kicking it and trying to make entry and doing whatever else you're doing? So let's think about it from our perspective that we always teach based on manpower, mission, environment. It's really easy to be like, oh, well, just go outside, use the Rook, use the Bearcat, use a wall charge. But we also teach a lot of civilians, and none of those solutions help them. So if it's home defense, if you have a house set up like this where you have an outward opening door with a limiting factor on the knob side, use speed. Make that entry quick, make it effective. Don't stay still in a fatal funnel. And that's really the only solution you have.
Yeah, so we go back to those fundamentals of CQB that we harp on every class, right? Safety, security, speed, surprise, violence of action. So if you're going to give up something, get something else. If I'm going to give up some safety and security by standing in a doorway, I might want to pick up my speed. If I'm going to manipulate my body around the tactical environment to better my position or better my teammates' position, we have to be able to conform to that. So again, we always go back to those principles that we talk about. Manpower, mission, environment is going to dictate what we do in that place, utilizing those principles of CQB. Safety, security, speed, surprise, violence of action.
Yeah, just make it make sense and be able to explain what it is you're doing based on principles, and it's probably going to be a good one. If you can't explain what you're doing based on those factors, it's probably not something that you should be doing. And like I said in the other video, test it force on force. If you're at a department that has those capabilities, do it. If you're with your spouse or your group of homies or whoever, do it force on force and see if it works. And of course, just watching a YouTube video is not enough. So there's other supporting information, there's other videos on tactics. You may be thinking like, well, they didn't go in the room. Yeah, this is not a video about going into rooms, but we've got those, I promise. We've got probably 60 videos up by now, educational content, so check that out. Also look at our Patreon if you can't make it to in-person training, and even if you can, it's a good supplement. It's like $5 a month. I have the one for OTG. Jason has his own for his company, Ransom Tactical Solutions, and it's a lot of in-depth content where you can actually request stuff. So probably about 80% of the content we put out is users saying, hey, can you do a video on X, Y, Z? And then, of course, I would highly suggest you take in-person training. Doesn't just have to be with us. A lot of great companies out there. But this stuff is all just theory until you do it. And until you do it opposed, it's really just getting down movements and footwork. So I would suggest some force-on-force stuff. Look at our curriculum. We train American
That's what I want to
I don't
do.
care if you're law enforcement, military, a lawyer, dump truck driver, hamburger flipper, doesn't matter to me. You're guaranteed these rights. I would say God-given rights, but they're all.
This guy's amazing. This guy. I want to learn by that guy, but shut up. I want to learn by that guy, but I just looked up his all of his websites and nothing for this kind of stuff. Nothing. And no price. It doesn't have a price tag on any of it. But this guy's probably the best I've seen.
All right, so what we created here is a segmented part of a CQB lane where we have to address multiple parts of the structure and assess it in order to get to the end of it. So what we have here immediately is a dog leg left. Then we're gonna go, that'll take us into a hallway. In that hallway, we have a couple open and closed doors. Open doors take priority, so wherever that open door is, we're gonna take that one and then take that room down, and we'll end there. Take the open door, right?
What? Proc Nation represent. What's up, Disco?
Okay, so this is the end of this segmented lane, and we've gotten to this room, cleared it, done priorities of work, and from here we're basically exiting into a hallway where we immediately have to address a closed door on the other side of that hallway, while somewhat maintaining security to both sides.
Let's see if I know this right. All right. Let's just see if I get this correct. One is going to go out, and he's going to go to this wall. He's not going to go all the way here. He's probably going to go like linear to this, right? So he's going to end up here. 2. Oh, shit. What is it? Is 2 going to be close? No, 2. Is he? Wait, so 1 is going to come out here and hold. 2 is going to come out here and hold. Yeah. 2 is going to come out here and hold so he can see this, right? 3 is going to come out here close. 4 is going to come out, grab. No, 4 is going to come out here close, and then number 3 guys are going to pick up 4. What's up, man? How goes streamage? Dude, it's been really good. I've been watching a lot of CQB stuff. I'm getting pretty knowledgeable, or I think that I'm getting knowledgeable. It's probably not. But so I'm gonna try to predict this scenario. And I've never done this training, but from what I've been watching and trying to understand, right? This number one guy is gonna, well, actually it depends on where he's pieing from and everything, because they're going into a center fed hallway. But anyways, at any rate, let's say this is the stack that they have, which doesn't make much sense, but let's say this number one guy, he's going to go here all the way to this wall. He's going to go to the far wall, right? Number two is going to go out here, but I don't think so. I can't remember if he's going to go far and this one's going to go short, and then 3 is going to go short and 4 is going to go long. But I'm thinking I think it is that 1 goes long, 2 goes short, 3 goes short, 4 goes long. And then number one guy picks up, I don't know. Oh shit, I don't know. CQB stuff's so intense though.
Need security to both sides as we breach that
But
door.
we're about to figure it out.
So the objective is to get out of this room, address the hallway, address the closed door, and then get into that room and address whatever is in there. And then in that first room is where we'll end the next part. Hold left, go right, take that closed door on the opposite side.
Hold left, go right. So look. Far, yeah, far close.
John on me. Bump.
That CQB shit is so sick.
Short room. Coming out. All right, stack on the door. So we just completed part 2 of this lane. We came into this room from across the hallway and took this closed door. We addressed this little short room here, which was a closet. Now we're getting ready to exit this room back into that hallway and address that dog leg to the right, which is the end of the entire lane.
Hold right, go
Hold
left.
right, go left, take that dog leg to the right.
Right. He goes to the far, he goes to short. He picked him up, he picked him up.
Exit. In this episode, you watched us apply all the different skill sets and concepts of Team CQB, getting an idea of what that may look like when everything gets put together. However, Team CQB in itself is such a monster skill set. It takes years to comprehend, and then you also need a good team to practice with. That team cohesion doesn't come overnight. There is no such thing as a CQB master. Everyone is on their own journey with that. However, you're also going to run into different methods of CQB. Law enforcement CQB is different from Mill CQB. Green Beret CQB is different from Navy SEAL CQB. None of that really matters as long as the principles don't change and security is paramount. I'm Kawa from 2 Alpha Training Group. Thank you so much for joining us in this video series of the Pros Guide to Team CQB. And make sure you keep an eye out for the next Pros Guide video series from...
My dad works here.
I don't care. But I like this guy. He makes it very, very understandable in what they're doing and why it works. Very, very clear. He's really good. I've watched probably 100 of these videos. Not the ones we're watching now, but...
Welcome to episode 2 of the Pros Guide to Team CQB. Behind dead space, furniture,
dude, it's
and any
insane.
other kind of nooks and crannies.
It's actually
that is who he supports
intense.
because he is going in the same direction.
This is all right.
Security on that open threshold. The number 2 man will have control of the stack, meaning that when he's ready to go into this room.
Let me pause this for a second, dude. Let me see how. It's so interesting, right? Because he's showing you in a big team stack, like 4 people. It is so different when you're doing it from 1 person to 2 person, 3 person, all the way to 4. So different. Like he was saying that it has the same principles, right? Same fundamentals, but the priorities are, well, priority is the same too, but the priority of your teammate or your friend, your buddy, your family member, whatever, right? The priorities in that sense are so different, and getting that cohesion like he's talking about Because it sounds like something you could definitely fuck up real easy. But when you guys start working together and working on the same page, holy crap, it's insane. Insane. Like, not even just, oh, wow, that was sick. It's like, holy crap, that was intense.
With the number one man, he'll give him a squeeze and release
this.
on the shoulder or on the tricep, and at that point, number one man will make entry. So number one man will make entry on a center fed room, and he'll go to the side that he chooses that is the greatest unknown to him, meaning that he's seen one side of the room and it looks safe to him, so he's going to take the unknown side of the room so that he can kind of take that upon himself, being as that he's the number one man into the room. Also, he takes the most risk, he's going to go to the side that poses the most risk in his point of view. Number two man will go opposite of the number one man. We say the number one man also sets the pace for the entire stack. So as the number one man starts moving into this room, everybody else falls in like a train. So if the number one man goes left or goes right, he's never wrong. Yeah. Number one man can choose to go whichever direction he wants. Number two man will go to the opposite. At that point, the number one and two man will begin their sectors of fire with clearing their corners. So the left and the hard left and hard right corners will get cleared as they are walking to their point of domination. In a center fed room, a number one man is supposed to take two corners so that at least one assaulter can achieve depth into the room. However, if the number one man gets tied up or if he has a longer ways to move, the number two man can take the initiative at that point to take two corners, again, achieving depth into the room so that we can see behind dead space, furniture, and any other kind of nooks and crannies that need to be looked at. As they're doing this, they're collapsing their sectors to each other. That means that they're making sure that their sectors of fire are interlocking so that between the two, they can get as much of the room with their eyes and their guns as they can. As these guys are doing that, number three and four man come in, their sectors of fire start middle. So they're dropping straight to the 12 o'clock, and if it's a number three man, he's gonna start collapsing to the number one man's side. That is who he supports because he is going in the same direction as the number one man. If it's number four man, he is gonna start center with his sector of fire and start collapsing to his supporting side for the number two man. However, their point of domination is really just one or two steps inside that threshold. So they're not getting bunched up on the walls. Plus, remember, we have one man that has achieved depth into the room. That's, again, looking behind dead space and anything else. So roles and responsibilities outside the room. The one man, again, has local security. Number two man has control of the stack. Three and four men are just there, kind of waiting to go. Upon entry, we talked about who goes where. Number one man is never wrong. Three and four men, again, are there for support, extra guns. As far as actions in the room, three and four men are pretty static once they get inside the threshold. Number two and number one man are usually still kind of moving to their corners or to their points of domination. On a open door corner fed room, it becomes a little bit easier. The number one man, who is then local security, once he gets that squeeze and release by the number two man, he is basically going to just achieve depth naturally into this room because he still has to take his one corner, and that'll push him right along that near wall. Number two man will go opposite of the number one man, again, taking that corner where his sector of fire starts and then collapsing en route to his point of domination, collapsing his rifle and his eyes down to his fellow assaulter, which should be the number one man in that caddy corner. Now between these two guys, they have 90% of the room locked down, but again, you have the number three and number four men that come in and they drop center. This time they drop center caddy corner of that corner fed room, and then with continuity just collapse their sectors of fire to their supporting men. So as we're approaching this open threshold, we've already called this out. Someone said open door, possibly the one man saw it. Whoever saw it can call it out.
It's really cool when you figure out what your job is, right? Like what corner you're going to, and then what sector they're talking about, right? Like, you just got to keep watching. It's so sick.
We're making the approach. Damon gets a snapshot of the room. As he's coming from this side, he's obviously seeing more of this room. So at this point, his greatest unknown would be the right side of the room. The right answer for the number one man is, upon entry, go to the greatest unknown and give up to known to the guys behind you. Let's just talk about his positioning, though, right here from outside the room. What he's doing for himself with this kind of standoff is giving himself a little bit of room outside of this threshold so he's not getting sucked into it by whatever or whoever may be in here. but he's also given himself a little bit of luxury, because what we need to do at this point, once he gets the squeeze and release, he is going to take a step center. Go ahead and take that step center and pause. What he's doing at this point is he is centering himself on the threshold so that he can see the best angle of the room itself, so he can get the best snapshot. On the approach, he's already saw this side. Now he wants to get a snapshot of the other side. At this point, he's decision making on which way to go depending on what he sees or what he deems as a threat. The step center is what makes that happen. Now, the luxury that he is afforded right here, no other person is afforded.
Either keep
only the one man has the luxury of what I'm about to explain. The reason he got this good 4 to 6 foot standoff from the threshold and the wall is that when he takes a step center here upon that squeeze and release, from where he's at to where his muzzle crosses this threshold, he has all day to take shots to address anything he wants. Okay, so however, if he was tighter up against the wall and he didn't consider that standoff, when he gets the squeeze and release here, how much time does he have to actually get shots off? Not very much. By the time he actually takes a step, his muzzle breaks the threshold, and the rule of thumb is that once your muzzle breaks the threshold, you at that point need to pick a corner or pick a side to go to. So from back here, where he was originally, he can engage a few targets, and again, that's a luxury that he has afforded himself. But now when you come in, John, or you come in, Johnny, at that point, nobody else has that luxury. You guys are coming in, just dropping wherever your sectors start and your collapsing sectors to your supporting side. All right, and that is really about it. We say the one man needs to go to the greatest unknown. However, the one man is never wrong. He could have made a decision, yep, I'm gonna go right, but upon that step center, he sees something that now makes him go left. Number two man, you just have to be very flexible and switched on. All right, so we talked about number one man. Again, number one man's roles and responsibilities are security for the rest of the stack on this threshold, and that's it. He's also going to set the pace. When you give him that squeeze and release, he's gonna set the pace for the entire train. So if he goes fast, guess what? Everybody has to jump in there with him if he jackrabbits. If he goes nice and slow, you guys need to go as slow as he does so that you don't bump into him and he trips into the room versus walks into the room. So, however, that spacing between assaulter needs to be tight, because especially between the 1 and 2 man, because you guys have the most dangerous jobs.
Right,
you're the first ones in here. You got to get those corners. 3 and 4 man, we say to stay tight because continuity, you could be the next 1 or 2 man. So the overall kind of answer there on a stack, we always close distance, whether we're static or on approach. We close that distance, so there's no kind of slinky effect there. All right, number 2 man, command and control. That's really all you're doing. You don't have to position yourself behind him. You can be anywhere you need to be to control the 1 man, see the rest of the stack, and say, yep, we're good to go, squeeze and release, boom, right? And you go in there. 3 and 4, you guys are just basically support at this point. 1 and 2 man, two people is all you need to enter a room. Obviously, having more helps. Okay, again, Damon has his good standoff. Number 2 man has control, and he's gonna give a nice squeeze and release. When you do give a squeeze and release, guys, you wanna make sure that you grab the meaty portion and it's an actual squeeze. It's not like a shoulder rub, it's not like a shoulder brush. Either grab here or grab some meaty portion so that he knows in his mind that was definitely a squeeze. That was not just him trying to touch me, you know what I mean? So it has to be distinct. So go ahead and give him that squeeze and release. Damon's going to go ahead and take that step center. Okay, come back, guys. Okay, so again, making entry. Damon's gonna get this squeeze and release. He's gonna step center and start walking through. He's already chosen a side in his head. John, you're just paying attention to which way he goes. Johnny comes in, drops center, starts collapsing to his other side. Damon at this point takes 2 corners because the number 1 man is gonna take 2 corners on a center fed room, naturally achieving depth and being able to see behind all that dead space. At this point, we are now secure in the room. Everyone's reached POD, and this is where we kind of stop. Okay, we would go into priorities of work, which is the next episode. Now, just because the number 1 man has this specific kind of trajectory into the room, he has to step center and then close distance into the threshold, does not mean that you have to follow in his footsteps. That's just his task, because again, this is a luxury that he's afforded himself. He said, I'm gonna give my few feet off the door, and then when I get step center, I have this many feet to engage targets before my muzzle hits the threshold, and I choose a side. For you, John, or whoever the number 2 man is at this point, you're kind of just beelining it to that threshold, but you're also not trying to beat him there or get in his way or let him impede you. Okay, so let's see that. So we're gonna get a squeeze and release. Now, notice that when Damon is going through the door, and the entire time that they are in this structure, no one is looking through their sights. We're all looking over our sights. We wanna make sure that our peripheral and our field of view is nice and open. Otherwise, what we do is when we walk through our sights, it turns into a paper towel tube, and all you see is what you see in there and nothing else. Everything else is blurry and black. Walk over your sights, and then what we call a depressed muzzle, which is slightly just over my sights. So if this is me looking through my sights, the depressed muzzle is here. So I'm just walking at this, so in case I see something at that point, it's just a quick bringing that optic to eye line for that engagement. But it's easy to kind of get behind our sights if we're not careful. So maintain that. And let's see it. Nice and slow, Damon. Step center, taking shots. Once his muzzle breaks the threshold, he chooses a side. John goes to the opposite side. They're collapsing their corners all the way en route to point of domination. And at this point, once everybody has reached POD and our sectors are clear, we would now say the room is secure and go into priorities of work. So John gives Damon that squeeze and release. He's going to step center, get that snapshot of the room, take any shots he can during that portion before his muzzle breaks the threshold. As he comes into the room, he's going to choose the side that he wants to go to. The greatest unknown, it should be, but again, one man's never wrong. John went to the opposite corner. You have one corner as a center fed room. Obviously, Damon's taking 2 corners so that he can achieve depth into the room. However, if Damon gets tied up or if he has like a longer movement, John, that's where you're switched on. This is why we collapse our sectors en route to point of domination, because we need to be able to see our other assaulters and see, are they okay? Are they in a hand-to-hand? Did they fall in the hole? Like, you know what I mean? That's why we physically collapse to 1 meter off of our fellow assaulters' rifle. So go ahead and put your rifle up really quick, Damon. So like as you guys are collapsing to Damon, you're really collapsing off like 1 foot off his muzzle. That's kind of that safe space. What we don't want to do is put ourselves in a position where you are driving that gun so hard that you overdrive past me as your threat. And you know, because again, you may see me, he may not, because there's a bookshelf or something here like a partition. This is why collapsing our sectors and around the POD are so important. We just want to make sure that our fellow assaulter is not only okay, but he in fact reached POD. Okay. So now that we reached POD, Damon was a 1 man. He went right, took 2 corners, achieved depth. Nice. He saw the dead space. John was a 2 man, so he went opposite corner, dug guy's corner, and it collapsed to Damon. Johnny, you came in and you dropped center, correct? And you were number 3, so you're naturally supporting Damon. So you came in, dropped center, and then collapsed to your supporting side. But your POD is really just 1 or 2 feet off that threshold, so your back's not to that fatal funnel. Let's do that one more time.
Check this out.
I do like that too. He makes these guys do it over and over. He does not stop.
Nice and slow.
Oh, he went left this time.
Good, good. John, take a step back. There you go. The problem with taking any kind of steps forward out of your POD is that what you're doing now is you are closing angles. You're closing angles. When you take that 1 step, all you're doing is closing off 1 more angle for him, right? If there was some kind of opening here or something, you're not going to see it. He does, but now you're in his way. You're in his line of fire. That's why POD is so important. This concept or this method of CQB is a kind of a beginner's way of doing CQB on the special operations side, but again, it's because of things like this, that kind of safety measure where we may be now flagging each other. Imagine being in here black under nods. That's going to be a harder kind of thing to deal with. So POD is very important. We get there and we stay there. We don't come out of it. Okay. Let's see that one more time. And then Johnny, you went to the wrong side. Okay. Good. Damon's getting 2 corners. So he hit that first corner because that's his sector of fire. He had to dig that corner. Immediately started collapsing towards the far side of the room as he's getting to his actual POD, which is 2 corners. Again, if he has a longer way to go or if he's tied up, number 2 man has to be switched on and then take that 2 corners for him. Somebody has to get depth into the room because we cannot go anywhere if we don't see behind the couches, behind the counters, behind all this dead space that even a child could hide behind. So Damon's going to make entry. He's taking that first corner. He has his initial collapse all the way to his fellow assaulter. Damon's going to be doing the most kind of back and forth, because you have to imagine that as he's coming through this room, there's dead space that he needs to check behind. So not only is he checking behind the coffee table, but he's going back. Checking behind the couch, he's going back. Obviously, if there's more stuff there, right? Like a kitchen or a follow-on dining room or whatever it is. That's him kind of just pinging back and forth. The rest of you guys will have an initial collapse or initial sector collapse to your fellow assaulter, and a secondary one that makes sense to you, whatever that means to your kind of portion of that room, because it may be very busy for you, and then Johnny, for you, it may not be as busy depending on angles. Make sense? So that's why it's just not one collapse and done. It's however many kind of sector collapses you need to, really, but you just don't want to do this the whole time. That makes no sense. It's going to slow us down. All right, so now we're going into a corner fed open door. Really nothing changes here. In fact, it becomes a little bit easier. But the only thing we're kind of changes here is that just like a center fed open door or closed door, on the approach, we're making that structural assessment. We're trying to gather as much data as we can on the approach, because then that minimizes the amount of time that we have to stay static before the squeeze and release. Now, if we're a more experienced team and we have more SOPs, then an SOP could be that as soon as we see an open door, number 2 man can give the number 1 man a squeeze and release en route. We can definitely do that. For the sake of training, we're going to start you guys off in a static place, and we're going to say, yep, obviously it's a corner fed because Damon sees it. So from here, we're just going to make entry. Now, as far as roles and responsibilities from the outside of a corner fed, nothing really changes. Again, number 1 man is security, that's his world. Number 2 man, you have control and command of the stack. And then once you do get the squeeze and release, number 1 man, you set the pace for everybody. John, you're coming in and supporting. And then we'll talk about a 4 man here eventually on the entry portion. But for now, let's come in here. So again, with a corner fed room, we're still going to our greatest unknown. However, what trumps that is that the 1 man is never wrong. Okay, so the 1 man could actually take, go long into the room. Good. Good. Then John, yep, everybody got the POD, and that's simply it. So we'll do a couple of these where you actually are going to the greatest unknown, and then we'll do 1 or 2 where you're doing the less right thing to do. Good. Collapsing our sector all the way to POD. Johnny, in this case, we're looking behind any kind of dead space. Again, could be a coffee table, it could be a couch, it could be a partition, it could be a bookshelf, it could be, in fact, people. Okay, we don't talk about that often. If there's a bunch of people that are just standing here, we still need to get around those people and still kind of check behind them, because who knows what they're hiding or what they're kind of, blocking from our view. So all of that needs to get checked, and once we get to POD, again, we go right into priorities of work. So let's pause there, let's come back out. Good, going to the greatest unknown. Johnny goes deep. John comes in. So in this case, the only kind of bad thing about a corner fed here is that on a center fed, both the 3 and 4 man could come in through the threshold and suck in a little bit to one side or the other. What's bad about the corner fed is that everybody gets good cover inside this room except for the 4 man. So if I was a 4 man coming in and then collapsing to Johnny, I really don't have anywhere to go. This is my POD. I could probably take 1 more step. But again, my back is to this fatal funnel back here. And so that's why I don't want to stay here long. That's why what happens in this room needs to be quick as well. And if I don't feel okay here, there's nothing wrong with, once we have this room secured, there's nothing wrong with the number 4 man now bumping over to this side and saying, hey, I don't feel good over here, let me get over here, right? But on initial entry, he can't. He needs to kind of stay in POD because, again, we're dealing with a bunch of stuff in here. And he needs to do what he needs to do, but then once the room is secure, he can kind of suck in if he doesn't feel good here. But rear security becomes lowest on the totem pole of prioritizations when we think about, well, what's the biggest threat now to us? It's not necessarily where we just came from. It's whatever's here and in that direction. However, rear security needs to have some consideration if it is more of a semi or hostile environment.
If your HVAC unit is at least 5 years old and you own your own home,
Okay, so again, we all come in, we go to POD, everyone's collapsing their sectors. Number 4 man comes in, he's kind of screwed for a minute, but once the room is secure and we're done dealing with the deals, he can suck himself in at that point if he doesn't feel good, right? Or he can stay here. And for example, if we have friendlies out there, we have more units, more assaulters out there, I would feel completely fine staying here. So it just kind of depends on the situation, but we have a little bit of wiggle room here.
That he went the wrong way, or not the wrong way, but did you mention that he was like starting to pie that corner and then just went straight?
Did you?
That was on purpose. Yeah.
Did you start to pie the corner and then go straight?
Yeah, well, I came in and I basically like gun was in the corner, and then I basically just took it all the way to like one man CP.
Yeah, it just really supports the point that the one man can do a quick little fake out and still go wherever he wants, right? You can punch him in the face later, but for the time being, he's not wrong, right? It happens all the time. He thinks he wants to go one way, and then he's like, oh, nothing there, or something catches his eye last second, or he hears something, he's quickly like this, and you just have to be flexible. That's why we go high ready in the house and not low ready, because if you were thinking he's going and you come up and you're probably flagging at least his ankle and calves, versus if you're high ready, it's just a quick like, oh, he faked me out, cool, I'll just go back. Now I'll drop into the direction that I'm dropping into, you know, opposite direction. High ready is preferred in CQB. Low ready can be doable, but there's a lot more safety risks. For example, just flagging that comes with low ready in CQB. But I'm not saying not to do it, I'm just saying, well, don't do it. High ready is the way to go. All right, guys, thanks again for joining us on this episode. Tune in for the next one where we cover split stacks, priorities of work, exiting a room, and opposing threats.
That guy's so good.
All right, stand by. Understanding of CQB?
I don't like this guy. I don't like that guy. He's not interesting enough. Or I don't know, he's probably the best too. That's the funny thing. I just don't like the way he does it.
There's no other way I could have done it.
Hush. Born in the tropics. How to layer up for cold weather? That might be worth.
In cold environments, there's zero margin for error. Your choice of clothing and how you layer it can mean the difference between success and failure. It starts with your base layer. Wear underwear that can manage body moisture, such as merino wool. For high-intensity activities in freezing temperatures, your clothing must regulate both insulation and moisture. The Ace line of combat shirts and jackets features a hybrid design that does just that, preventing overheating while retaining essential warmth. During low-intensity periods, layering up becomes essential for maintaining warmth. That's why you need a lightweight and packable outer layer with you, just like the Delta Compact jacket. It's ready to deploy when conditions demand it. When the wind picks up, a windproof outer layer is non-negotiable. The Monsoon XT Gen 2 jacket shields you from wind chill without obstructing your view, so your focus remains on the mission, not the elements. During periods of inactivity in extreme cold, your outermost layer must trap heat while shielding you from the elements. The Delta OL 4.0 jacket will ensure your core temperature stays stable and provide you with a variety of features. Operating in sub-zero conditions requires an adaptable, intelligent layering system. Gear up with the UF Pro Delta Cold Weather Gear.
Okay, you're just trying to sell me clothes. Well, that wasn't as cool as I thought it would be.
Those deficiencies by identifying them first. So what I'm going to address particularly
is sight picture and sight alignment. And whether we're using iron sights or a dot, the reality is we need to be able to understand how to put that round exactly where we want it to go. Now, some of you might be a little surprised I picked such a trivial, basic, fundamental like sight picture and sight alignment. It's something we practically learned the first or second day of picking up a firearm and actually using it. But surprisingly, many people are missing one or more components of how to properly align and sight in their weapon to the extent that it becomes a shooter deficiency. If you think about it, of all the fundamentals that we deploy and we learn, only one of those is not open to individual interpretation, and that is sight picture and sight alignment. The rest of them, the way you stand, the way you interact with the gun, can be very much a individual interpretation, and there might be multiple ways to accomplish that. But generally speaking, if you don't know how to sight in your weapon properly, you're not going to be able to put the round where it needs to go. I break marksmanship down into three simplistic categories. Number one, I got to be able to sight in my weapon. Number two, I need to be able to press the trigger without disrupting the sight picture I just achieved. And lastly, if I want to shoot at any rate of speed, I got to put some element of control over that weapon. Let me show you why only two things matter when it comes to marksmanship. Throw me those, thanks. And that is, I'm going to stand like no one wants to stand with your feet together. I'm going to grab the gun with my support hand with no purchase. I'm going to use a finger that I don't normally press the trigger with, which is my middle finger. And I'm going to just kind of line it up on that target at about 40 yards. And oh wow, I was able to hit that target. Well, the reason I was able to hit that target is because two things took place. Number one, I was able to sight in my weapon effectively. And number two, when I went to press that trigger, however unconventional that whole thing was, I didn't disrupt the sight picture that I had acquired. Now, I know some of you are going to say, well, hey, you were using an optic. That makes shooting at distance easier. And while there is some validity to that statement, why not replicate this using iron sights? Can we achieve the same level of results without a stance, without a grip, and with a weird trigger finger? And once again, we were able to hit the target. So while these look like fancy trick shots, they're really not. And you can see Ronnie and I did a bunch of funny looking platforms, unconventional shooting platforms, upside down, inside out. It didn't matter because the two things that were being followed was the fact that I was able to understand and acquire a sight picture, and number two, I wasn't disrupting that sight picture when I went to press the trigger. So this reinforces everything that you do with this weapon, whether it's moving, whether it's standing still static, or upside down on your back. The same principles are going to apply.
Don't pay anything to fix your roof. South Carolina homeowners can get a...
Up.
Let's talk about the basics of sight picture and sight alignment. And I would assume that most of you have a basic understanding of this. Only you might be missing certain key components of properly sighting in your weapon that is causing a shooter deficiency. Now, number one, the most frequent thing that I see is the placement of the front sight post. That is what is directly in front of your gun. Where are you putting this front sight post in relation to the target? So you notice on this front sight post, I have a post and I have a dot. And hopefully that front sight post is centered correctly on this weapon. Now, if I'm going to pick a target, and let's walk over here and let's pick this little hole on this vehicle over here. So if this is where I want to shoot, this is where I want the bullet to go, where would I want to put this front sight in relation to this particular target? Where's my point of aim, point of impact? So if I held this front sight right here so I could visually perceive that hole, where do you think the round's going to go? It's probably going to go low. Conversely, if I have it somewhere up here where it's completely obscured, the round is probably going to go high. So at what point on this front sight post, or what aspect of this front sight post, do we need to intersect the point of impact on the target? And generally speaking, it is either the dot or the top of the post. I tend to just go off the dot. I put the dot on the optic directly over the point of impact that I am trying to achieve. So that is the first stage of finding the proper sight picture, is putting the front sight directly over the spot you want to hit.
You're still on?
The rest of it is a circumstance of alignment. And we've all heard the term equal height, equal light. And that just represents putting this front sight post with the
I'm
sight
just leaving the
picture that
house,
we've created,
you know.
and align it properly with the two dots.
No, I don't know what to
the
do, man.
overall
I'm
rear sight post.
I guess like
equal height.
Well, I mean, I guess the first step is just seeing if they can fix it.
Yeah, yeah. Be like, just walk in there, right, and throw it on the table, and they'll be like, "Whoa, whoa, what's up?" Be like, "Oh no, why are you guys weirded out by that?" Be like, "It's just a thing that you guys told me that doesn't work." And then they'll be like,
"Right.
Oh, okay. Well, you don't have to be unreasonable." Be like, "Oh, you're right. I don't. Maybe you guys don't have to be unreasonable." And then punch the guy in the face. And then he'll be like, "What was that for?" Be like, "A return policy."
Yeah, I don't feel like this is the best scenario.
Oh,
You
then
know,
you could go in there, guns blazing.
The thing that's confusing to me is like, you know, they don't even have any like awesome deals and monitors, even like good monitors stock in Anderson.
You could just be like, "Yo, I'm gonna take my business elsewhere."
You know, the 45-inch one that I liked, you know, that one. Remember that one? But that's literally full price.
Yeah, so then you lose on that because you already had it.
Yeah, and well, I wouldn't buy it at full price anyways. It's just an absurd amount of money. But like, I don't know, man. It's like it feels like a lose for me no matter what. Because like, if I want to get something I could potentially enjoy gaming on and stuff, I have to drive to Greenville, or Spartanburg. Which is rough because if I'm doing that for something I'm just going to return, then that seems like dumb. Hopefully they can just get this monitor, like if they could just get this monitor working, that would be great. But I also don't feel like I'm going to be able to walk in here and they're just like, "Oh yeah, we can look at it right now." You know? I feel like they'll be like, "Well, you can
Oh yeah,
drop
we
it
can
off
get
with us."
we can get back to it by Thursday.
Yeah. But okay, well I'm not going to go to game till then? Like, bro, do you even know what that's like?
They'll be like, "Hey man, that's just policy."
Yeah. Why is there so much traffic in Anderson now? Like, there's not a lot of people that live here. Everybody must have a car.
They'll be like,
Biden's economy is doing so well.
"Oh, I was thinking the same thing, actually." I was like, "Man, thank goodness for that guy."
Yeah, Biden.
Yeah, he's so smart and.
Well, I mean, let's be
agile.
honest. We really owe the credit to old Cam because she's the one holding it down for us, right?
Who's Cam?
Like that's the reason we're doing so well.
Camel Toe? Camel Toe Harris?
Kamala's doing it. Like we owe her a lot.
Yeah, she's the best, man.
Well, so like, what do you think, bro? What do you think I do? Do I just buy like some monitor for now that's here in stock in Anderson?
Yeah, if
that I'm like knowingly going to return, like, and I'm not even going to enjoy gaming on.
yeah, or you just use the TV that you just bought and look straight up in the
That's
sky.
not going to be good.
Yeah, but at
60
least
hertz, bro.
Yeah, but at least you have one, and you don't have to buy anything.
I'm about to set up couch gaming again and play on my 120 hertz TV.
I mean, it's doable.
That would be horrible too. Honestly, that's pretty bad.
I don't know if it'd be horrible, but it wouldn't be ideal.
Yeah.
Disco, you still in here?
Are you what are you playing? Pub still?
I'm playing real life. I've been watching a lot of CQB stuff the whole time. I'm kind of just waiting until you get a freaking monitor.
Yeah. You want to just IRL stream, going to Greenville and buying a monitor?
So yeah, actually, because if you only knew the stuff, like the stuff I was watching, I had like the most viewership I've ever had when I was watching Trump and then CQB stuff. No one cares about
I thought
games.
PUBG was good.
Yeah, it was good, but you should have seen when I was watching Trump and stuff. Like, it's insane.
Dang.
Yeah, I was just watching Trump talk to Tucker Carlson, and it like blew up. It's weird.
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. And then I was watching CQB stuff, and it went up to like 18. Which that's not crazy, but it was doing something.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like how expensive all this stuff is.
Yeah. Birthday.
Everything's expensive, man.
Yeah, now you're yawning and making me yawn.
Like,
I think we just have a
gaming-
freaking podcast and game on
Gaming
the
costs
side.
money. Gaming costs money. Freaking guns cost so much money. I need a hobby that doesn't cost a lot of money.
Yeah. I was gonna say.
But I feel like everything kind of costs money. Like even if you were into
food.
like crocheting,
Yeah,
I bet that's expensive.
it is. My mom used to do it.
It's
I was gonna,
expensive?
yeah, very. I was gonna say
I was
food, but
trolling.
you can definitely make food very expensive.
Yeah.
I was literally, I mean, everything that if you have a hobby in it, like even wine, right? Yeah, I was like, well, you could just drink wine. And well, and I was like, in my head, I was like, no, there's definitely people that I know that spend $400 a bottle.
Yeah, that's like almost brain dead. Yeah.
Well, they literally have
It's
so
like-
much money they don't know what to do with it. They're
Well,
really
there's
annoying.
a ton of people that could be helped out with money. Like you could do that over just drinking it in a bottle. What the freak? You know what I mean? Consuming the beverages.
Hold on one second. I'm gonna shut down stream. All right.
You're ending stream?
Yeah. It's time to end it for right now. I'll be back later. I'm gonna play PUBG and whatnot. Maybe Apex. Maybe not. All right.